The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of Rome, where merchants shouted their wares and children played among the colorful stalls. The rich aromas of freshly baked bread mingled with the earthy scent of vegetables, creating a lively backdrop to daily life. Senator Lucius Valerius Marcellus navigated this vibrant tapestry, his heart swelling with a mix of pride and purpose. Raised within the confines of an ancient patrician family, he felt the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. As he strode through the forum, Lucius's gaze swept over the diverse crowd, plebeians discussing the latest political rumblings, patricians exchanging stern glances, and all manner of citizens caught in the throes of ambition and despair. Each face told a story, and Lucius yearned to give voice to the silenced cries of the common people. It was here, amid the shadows and light, that his journey toward reform would ignite. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows of Lucius Valerius Marcellus's villa, casting golden rays across the intricately woven tapestries that adorned the walls. He awoke to the distant sounds of the bustling streets below, merchants calling out bargains, the laughter of children playing, and the rhythmic clattering of horse-drawn carts. Dismissing his lethargy, he rose from his linen sheets, a lingering scent of olive oil and herbs wafting in from the kitchen, where servants prepared breakfast. As he dressed in a flowing toga, he couldn't help but reflect on the expectations that weighed upon him. The weight of his patrician heritage, nestled against the fervent desire to champion the common people, echoed in his thoughts. Today, he would address the citizens gathered in the forum, hoping to sow the seeds of reform and rekindle hope among those whom the Senate had long ignored. With a determined heart, Lucius stepped out, eager to embrace the day's challenges. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before a crowded forum, the air thick with anticipation. The vibrant voices of plebeians mingled with the shouts of merchants hawking their wares, creating a cacophony that resonated deep in his chest. He stepped forward, feeling the weight of his patrician lineage on his shoulders, yet his heart beat fiercely for the common people. As he raised his hand, an expectant hush fell over the crowd, eyes wide with hope. "My fellow Romans," he began, his voice steady despite the tension, "we stand at a crossroads. Tradition may bind us, but our future calls for reform." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the masses, igniting a spark of optimism within him. He passionately depicted visions of a fairer Rome, a place where the voices of the people could echo through the Senate, not be drowned out by the arrogance of the elite. This moment was not just his, it was theirs. As Lucius made his way through the sprawling corridors of the Senate, the air buzzed with a palpable tension. He soon reached a secluded alcove where Aurelia, his advisor, awaited. A freedwoman with sharp intelligence, Aurelia's presence offered him solace in this malevolent arena. Her keen mind had maneuvered through social layers, granting her insights rare in their clarity. "Remember, Lucius," she began, her voice steady, "the Senate is a theater where every senator plays a role, but true power lies in understanding the audience." Lucius considered her words, recognizing the importance of not just the political games played, but the people who watched and would ultimately decide their fates. Aurelia's wisdom would guide him as he navigated the churning tides of ambition and propriety. Together, they would craft a narrative that resonated with the citizens, for only by connecting with them could he hope to challenge the entrenched interests embodied by Gaius Varro. The quest for reform beckoned, and with Aurelia at his side, Lucius felt a renewed sense of purpose. As Lucius stepped into the Senate chamber for the first time, the air hummed with the weight of history and ambition. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating ornate frescoes that depicted Rome's illustrious past. Senators, draped in their traditional togas, spoke in hushed tones, their faces etched with the burdens of power. Lucius felt a rush of awe, mingled with trepidation. He had trained for this moment, yet the reality of it was overwhelming. Taking his seat, he observed the intricate dance of politics unfolding around him. Gaius Varro, his rival, lounged at the front, exuding an air of superiority. The elderly Senator Quintilius rose, commanding silence with the sharpness of a blade, initiating discussions on pressing matters. Lucius's heart raced as he anticipated his opportunity to speak. The echoes of voices clamored in his mind, urging him to break through the fear and make his mark, not just for himself, but for the people counting on him. Lucius stood in the grand Senate chamber, its marble pillars towering above him, echoing with the voices of the Republic's most powerful men. Today marked the beginning of his real battle, the struggle against Gaius Varro, the embodiment of the corrupt status quo. As Lucius adjusted his toga, he could feel the weight of the moment pressing upon him. Varro stood across the room, exuding an air of confidence and contempt. His allies clustered around him like vultures over a carcass. As the Senate convened, Lucius prepared to voice his vision for reform, his heart pounding in rhythm with the murmurs of dissent on the street. The senators exchanged barbs, igniting heated debates that reverberated through the marble hall. Lucius could see the flicker of fear in Varro's eyes, a sign that the winds were shifting, however slightly. Today would not be the end, but a promise of what was to come, a step toward the future he envisioned for Rome. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood in the garden of his family villa, the scent of blooming laurels wafting through the air. The grandeur of his lineage hung around him like an imperial cloak, yet he felt suffocated by the weight of expectation. His father, Gaius Marcellus, a staunch traditionalist and a vocal opponent of reform, paced nearby, his brow furrowed with disquiet. "You must not forget your place, Lucius. Tradition is the backbone of Rome. To challenge it is to invite chaos." Lucius, torn between respect for his father and his vision for a more equitable Rome, clenched his fists. "But, father, what of the plebeians? Their suffering is too great to ignore." Gaius shook his head, dismissing the sentiments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the villa, Lucius felt his resolve harden. He would not be shackled by the past, but would instead carve a path forward, guided by the cries of the people. The sun cast a warm glow over the bustling streets of Rome, illuminating the stark contrasts that defined the city. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked through the winding alleys of the Suburra, he couldn't ignore the stark reality faced by the plebeians. Gritty merchants hawked their wares amidst a cacophony of voices, yet the laughter of children and camaraderie among neighbors masked the tensions simmering beneath the surface. Lucius paused at a corner where ragged families huddled, their faces telling tales of struggle. He observed a mother comforting her sick child, desperation evident in her eyes. A sense of urgency surged within him. This was the heart of Rome, its strength and its sorrow intertwined. He resolved to bridge the widening chasm between the classes, knowing that true reform would require empathy as much as legislation. With every step back toward the Senate, Lucius felt the weight of his responsibility, aware that the fate of many rested on his shoulders. The feasting hall of Senator Decimus was a spectacle of decadence, adorned with lavish decorations and floats of fine delicacies. Lucius Valerius Marcellus entered the grand space, his senses assaulted by the rich aromas of roasted meats and spiced wines. Laughter and raucous chatter filled the air, a stark contrast to the struggles of the plebeians he had engaged earlier that day. He recalled their weary faces, etched with hardship, while those within the halls celebrated as though Rome was untouched by suffering. As Lucius mingled among the patricians, he felt an unsettling dissonance, their joviality dictated by blind oblivion to the plight beneath their opulent selves. Varro, ever the master of charm, raised a goblet in mock toast to the common people, inciting applause. The laughter echoed through the marble pillars, but Lucius smiled ironically, determined to unite his vision of reform with the needs of the very people they dismissed. The contrast weighed heavily on him, fueling his resolve to spark change amid the festivities' shadows. The air in the bustling merchants' quarter was thick with the scent of spices and freshly baked bread, a cacophony of shouts and laughter surrounding Lucius Valerius Marcellus as he approached the portico of the Forum. His heart raced with determination as he prepared to meet with a group of influential Roman traders. With Aurelia at his side, her keen insights sharp and ready, they greeted the merchants, a motley assortment of sharp-suited patricians and hardened plebeians, all eager to discuss the future of trade in Rome. "Gentlemen and women, Rome stands at a precipice," Lucius began, his voice steady, cutting through the noise around them. "The people suffer while our city's wealth is hoarded. It is time we rethink our approach and forge a new path benefiting all." As he spoke, he caught glimmers of hope in their eyes. Together, they could ignite the change needed to uplift the common folk. This plan was only the beginning of unearthing true reform. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over Rome, Lucius found himself overwhelmed by the urgent cries for help resonating throughout the city. News of a devastating epidemic had spread rapidly, leaving families in despair. Determined to act, he gathered his most trusted allies, including Aurelia, who had a knack for mobilizing resources efficiently. Together, they devised a plan to distribute food and medicine to the hardest-hit neighborhoods. Navigating the narrow, winding streets filled with the sick and destitute, Lucius's heart ached. He witnessed the true cost of the epidemic. Mothers cradled their starving children, and the elderly were left to fend for themselves. Each encounter fueled his resolve to reform the systems that had failed these people. As Lucius handed out supplies, the gratitude in their eyes transformed into a collective hope that ignited a renewed sense of purpose within him. He vowed to do more than just alleviate their immediate suffering. He would advocate for lasting change in the Senate, igniting a fire deep within his heart as he stood at the precipice of a political storm. As the sun dipped low in Rome's sky, the shadows grew long and whispered secrets in the narrow alleyways. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stepped cautiously into the twilight, drawn by the hum of rebellion brewing beneath the surface of the city he loved. The vibrancy of the forum faded, replaced by the flickering torches of discontented citizens gathered in hushed tones. They spoke of hunger, of despair, and of leaders who had turned a blind eye to their suffering. Lucius felt the weight of their words press heavily upon him, igniting the fire of determination within. In the dim light, he recognized familiar faces, tradesmen, artisans, and plebeians who had once looked up to him as a beacon of hope. Their eyes, filled with both fear and resolve, conveyed a yearning for change. With a deep breath, he allowed their collective spirit to fuel his purpose. He would not let them suffer in silence. Tonight, he vowed to fight not just for reform, but for their very voices to be heard in the Senate chamber where decisions were made. The sun dipped low on the horizon as Lucius wandered through the bustling streets of Rome, the sounds of clanging swords and cheers echoing from nearby training grounds. Today, he had arranged to meet Marcus, his childhood friend, now a soldier, recently returned from the provinces. The two had grown up side by side, but the footfalls of war had forged new paths between them. Lucius approached the training yard, where Marcus was diligently instructing recruits on the art of combat. "Marcus!" Lucius called, his voice carrying over the din. The soldier looked up, a smile breaking across his sun-baked face. After their embrace, they sought refuge in a quiet corner, voices lowered. Marcus spoke of distant lands, the clash of arms, and the valor of the Roman legions, painting a picture that contrasted sharply with Lucius's aspirations for reform. The tales ignited a restless yearning in Lucius's heart, blending admiration and concern for the price of glory in the Senate. Lucius stepped into the crowded forum, a tapestry of voices rising in fervor as the trial commenced. Citizens, both patrician and plebeian, filled the amphitheater, their faces a mix of hope and trepidation. The herald's proclamation rang through the air, signaling the start of proceedings. Lucius felt the weight of scrutiny as he took his seat among the senators, each one a potential ally or adversary, their loyalties murky as the dark waters of the Tiber. The accused, a shopkeeper charged with embezzlement, faced the Senate's wrath, but the trial unveiled more than just one man's guilt. Corruption festered beneath the surface, and whispers echoed of bribed officials and shielded criminals, a web tightening around Lucius as he grappled with the crumbling integrity of the judicial system. His heart raced as he realized that the ideals of justice he cherished were fading fast, like shadows at dusk, and he felt a surge of determination. Change was essential, and he would be its architect. The sun poured through the grand Senate chamber, illuminating the opulent decorations that adorned its marble walls, a stark contrast to the tension that lingered in the air. Lucius Valerius Marcellus, youthful yet resolute, settled into his seat, fully aware of the weight of the moment. The usual raucous chatter among senators quieted as Gaius Varro rose, his voice dripping with disdain as he openly challenged Lucius's vision for reform. "These proposals are nothing but empty words," Varro sneered. leaning forward, eyes piercing with malice. Lucius felt the gather of breaths around him, fellow senators keenly observing the brewing conflict. Gaius's words ignited a ripple of laughter among the loyalists of the old guard, forcing Lucius to steel himself against their mockery. With his heart pounding, he prepared to respond, aware that his reply could either strengthen his position or undermine everything he hoped to achieve for the people of Rome. The sun had barely risen over Rome when Lucius Valerius Marcellus received an ominous letter, its edges frayed and the ink barely dry. The parchment revealed a chilling message. Someone sought to undermine his position within the Senate. Despite the casual chaos of mourning, an uneasy tension gripped him. His thoughts spiraled as he deciphered the veiled threats hidden between the lines, a mix of political gamesmanship and outright malice. Fingering the letter, Lucius felt the weight of vulnerability settle upon his shoulders, heavy and oppressive. He recalled Aurelia's counsel about the fragile nature of allegiance in the Senate, where loyalty was often as fickle as the winds that spiraled through the forum. Determined not to falter, he steeled himself for what lay ahead, knowing he had to act swiftly against unseen enemies lurking in the shadows. A sense of urgency washed over him. He resolved to seek allies who would stand firm in the tumultuous days to come. The sun crested over the ancient forum, casting long shadows as Lucius Valerius Marcellus made his way to the Temple of Vesta. He sought the counsel of the Vestal Virgins, whose influence over the Senate often shaped the whispered winds of politics. Inside the sacred temple, the air was charged with tranquility. The faint smell of frankincense mingled with the coolness of marble. Lucius approached the chief Vestal, a woman of grave wisdom, her eyes reflecting both quiet strength and the burden of sacred duty. "Senator Marcellus," she greeted, her voice steady, "you seek clarity amid turmoil. The spirits sense unrest in the Senate." With every word, Lucius felt the weight of responsibility deepen. Every senator represented a faction, but the Vestals embodied the essence of Rome itself, ethereal and unyielding. As he listened, he understood that to navigate the intricate web of alliances, he must align his vision with the very heart of Rome's spiritual core. The sun hung high over Rome as the vibrant excitement of public games filled the air, echoing through the streets and reverberating off the grand structures of the Forum. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood among the throngs of spectators, where the smells of roasting meats and the sounds of cheers intertwined. Gladiators, adorned in polished armor, maneuvered skillfully under the watchful gaze of the crowd, their fierce battles serving as both entertainment and a vivid reminder of the state's brutal spectacles. As Lucius observed, he felt a friction within. The jubilation masked deeper societal issues. His heart ached for those in the lower districts, whose hardships lay hidden beneath the plea for gleeful distraction. While the elite reveled, the poor grew more restless. The bitter irony of the game struck him sharply, spectacle over substance. Lucius understood that this fervor, while momentarily unifying, highlighted the growing discontent simmering just beneath the surface, a crucial reminder of the work ahead. The Senate chamber was filled with a palpable tension that mirrored the pulse of Rome itself. As Lucius stood before his fellow senators, he felt the weight of their gazes, all eyes fixed on him, a mix of skepticism and anticipation swirling in the air. This season's public games were approaching, an age-old tradition that captivated the masses and offered a momentary distraction from their daily struggles. Yet Lucius saw beyond the spectacle. He recognized its potential as an opportunity to ignite fervor for reform. With eloquence that echoed the great orators of history, he began, invoking not just the excitement of the games, but the urgent need for change in the lives of the common folk. The cheers of the crowd outside summoned images of a united Rome, yet he felt the bitterness of corruption lurking in the shadows. As he made his impassioned plea for equity, he could see the flicker of understanding in some senators' eyes, a glimmer of hope that warmed his soul amid the midst of cold skepticism. As Lucius paced the marble halls of the Senate, the pervasive scent of oil lamps mingled with the musty aroma of age-old scrolls, evoking a deep sense of duty and foreboding. The chamber buzzed with murmurs, senators exchanging furtive glances and sly smiles, their hands poised to manipulate the discussions that lay ahead. A growing sense of foreboding gripped him as he recalled Aurelia's urgent warnings about the rampant bribery permeating their world. The elaborate paintings of Roman victories on the walls seemed to mock his ideals, a stark reminder of the moral degradation lurking beneath the surface. He knew he had to rise above the corruption that sought to entrap him. Yet the siren call of power was intoxicating, whispering promises of influence and respect. With each heartbeat, Lucius grappled with the weight of his convictions, determined to forge his path against the tide of dishonor while seeking accountability for the Roman people who depended on him. As he prepared to speak, he envisioned the future he so desperately wished to create, a future cleaned of the stain of deceit. As Lucius roamed the bustling forum, the sun cast its golden rays over the vibrant marketplace, illuminating the eager faces of citizens who gathered, their hopes and dreams intertwined. Here, amidst the lively exchanges, Lucius encountered an old philosopher, a man marked by time and wisdom, whose presence commanded both respect and curiosity. The philosopher spoke of the storm brewing over Rome, a tempest of greed and ambition threatening to drown the voices of the common people. Power, he mused, is a double-edged sword. Wield it to uplift, or it will surely cut you down. Lucius, captivated, listened as the philosopher unraveled the delicate balance between ambition and ethics, instilling a newfound sense of purpose within him. They exchanged ideas, and with each thoughtful word, Lucius felt the weight of his responsibilities shift. The philosopher's insights sparked a flame in Lucius's heart, a call to action he knew he could not ignore. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the cold stone walls of the Senate as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before a gathering of senators and their retinues. Whispers danced through the air, heavy with conspiracy. He had learned of a plot brewing against him, woven by those who felt threatened by his vision for reform. Secret meetings had been held in twilight corners of the city, where ambitions were kindled in darkness. Lucius's heartbeat quickened as he recalled the conversations he had overheard, the hushed voices speaking of betrayal and underhanded maneuvers, plotting to undermine his influence within the Senate. Determined not to let fear dictate his actions, Lucius approached Aurelia for counsel. Together they scoured scrolls and previous records, searching for patterns in the actions of his rivals. With her keen insights, she guided him in strategizing a counterattack, using both words and alliances to fortify his position as whispers of dissent swirled around him. Aurelia leaned against the crumbling stone wall of the Senate's atrium, her gaze steady as Lucius approached. "You must learn to navigate the currents of power, Lucius," she advised, her voice low yet firm. The sun beamed down on the polished marble, illuminating the flickers of doubt in his eyes. "Every senator wears a mask, and those who hide their true intentions often thrive," she explained, as the sounds of bustling senators echoed around them. A sense of urgency churned within Lucius. The mounting pressures of reform pressed against him. He needed to be as cunning as the very men who conspired against his vision. But how? He asked, feeling the weight of a world that seemed both full of promise and fraught with betrayal. Aurelia's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Listen more than you speak, trust less than you believe, and always be prepared for the shadows that linger." Her wisdom resonated in his mind as he stepped deeper into the Senate's machinations, ready to transform naivete into strategy. The Senate buzzed with uncertainty as news of the senator's assassination spread like wildfire. Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt a knot tighten in his stomach. This brutal act sent shivers through the political fabric of Rome. As he walked into the Senate chamber, the air was thick with tension and whispered rumors. Senators exchanged furtive glances, the gravity of the moment weighing heavily on their shoulders. Lucius was confronted by a cacophony of fear and suspicion, each member questioning the loyalty of their peers. He knew the implications of this violence would reach far beyond the walls of the Senate, igniting the already simmering tensions between patricians and plebeians. Lucius resolved to act swiftly, hoping to bring stability amidst the chaos. In the ensuing discussions, he advocated for unity and justice, urging his fellow senators not to let fear guide their decisions. The shadows of conspiracy loomed larger, but he felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this was the moment to strengthen reform. As Lucius made his way through the bustling streets of Rome, the vibrant atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Amid the lively chatter and laughter of the citizens, he found himself drawn to the golden-haired figure standing near a market stall, her beauty captivating even amidst the chaos of the day. Livia, daughter of a merchant known to have ties with Gaius Varro, was unapproachable, yet undeniably magnetic. Their eyes met, sparking an instant connection fraught with unspoken tension. Lucius's thoughts raced, aware that her association with Varro could complicate his political aspirations. Livia's laughter danced in the air, a haunting melody that echoed in his mind as they exchanged pleasantries. Beneath the surface charm lay an undercurrent of danger, a reminder of the complexities entwining their lives. With each conversation, Lucius felt the weight of loyalty pressing upon him, raising questions of ambition and desire, an alluring yet perilous entanglement at the very heart of his unfolding destiny. Lucius Valerius Marcellus leaned over the wooden table in his private chamber, quill poised above parchment as he strategized his next move. The Senate chamber had grown increasingly tense, with Gaius Varro positioning himself as the face of the old guard, resistant to change. Lucius knew he needed to forge alliances to challenge Varro's influence. Gathering intel on undecided senators, he reached out to familiar faces, those who once shared ideals but had drifted into complacency. One by one, they arrived, each a representative of diverse factions within the Senate. Through calculated conversations, Lucius painted a vivid picture of a reformed Rome, urgent yet hopeful. As discussions unfolded, he noted the flicker of interest in their eyes, a rekindling of passion. The evening air thick with ambition, they shared stories of their constituencies, each anecdote adding weight to Lucius's vision. Together, they cultivated a plan, armed with conviction and a will for change that could sway even the staunchest ally of Varro. The grand feast held at the villa of Senator Decimus Crassus dazzled with opulence, the aroma of roasted meats and honeyed wines wafting through the air. Lucius Valerius Marcellus mingled among the throngs of patricians, their laughter echoing off the marble walls. But beneath the surface glimmer of wealth, he sensed the distress of the common folk, a stark contrast to the exuberance of the elite. As he exchanged pleasantries, his thoughts drifted to the recent turmoil haunting Rome's streets, where the cries of the plebeians echoed louder than any toast raised that evening. With each sip of wine, Lucius wrestled with his growing unease, feeling the burden of his duty pressing against his conscience. Would he ever find a way to reconcile the extravagance he observed tonight with the persistent plight of those he promised to serve? The evening's festivities felt like a gilded cage, shielding him from the blood and sweat of the very people he sought to uplift. The streets of Rome pulsed with unrest as the fiery voices of the populace reached a crescendo. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at a distance, observing the swelling crowd of plebeians gathered outside the Senate. Their faces were etched with anger and desperation, a stark reminder of the discontent simmering just beneath the surface. As he wandered closer, he could hear fragments of their cries, demanding justice, reform, and relief from the weight of their burdens. The sight pierced through his resolve, igniting a deep sense of duty within him. These were not just strangers, they were mothers, fathers, and children, the heart of Rome. Feeling their frustration seep into his bones, Lucius's mind raced with implications. How could he reconcile the Senate's deliberations with the common man's suffering? Torn between the security of his senatorial status and the moral imperative of advocacy, he resolved that his next move would echo the will of the people, even if it meant challenging the very foundations of the Senate's power. The aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread wafted through the air as Lucius entered the grand feast in honor of Senator Cato, a powerful figure in the Senate. Lavish decorations adorned the marble pillars, and laughter echoed off the walls. But beneath the surface of opulence lay a stark reminder, the plight of the common folk. As Lucius mingled with fellow senators, he couldn't shake the memory of the recent protests he had witnessed, plebeians demanding justice for the injustices they endured daily. Seated beside Gaius Varro, the rival senator's sullen expression revealed nothing but disdain for Lucius's reformist zeal. As the festivities proceeded, Lucius leaned into conversation with fellow attendees, eager to balance pleasantries with his goals. He noted the stark contrast between the lavish dishes before him and the rumbling hunger of peasants outside the villa walls, solidifying his resolve to initiate change amidst the indulgence. Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked through the grand halls of the Senate, the weight of his laurel wreath pressing upon his brow like a crown of thorns. The scent of polished marble and the hushed whispers of senators echoed in his ears as he contemplated the burdens of prestige. Each day, praise and accolades coalesced with unyielding expectations, blurring the line between honor and obligation. Gathered around him were the esteemed men of the Senate, but he felt an insatiable longing to connect with the very people he sought to represent. Beyond the marble columns lay the bustling streets of Rome, where commoners toiled daily, their struggles often overshadowed by the opulence of Senate life. Today, as the sun coursed through the open atrium, Lucius resolved to shift his focus from the echoes of power to the pulse of the plebeians, seeking their voices in the pursuit of lasting reform. A promise he would fulfill, no matter the cost. As the moon cast a silvery glow over the ancient city, Lucius wandered through the quiet streets of Rome, lost in thought. The weight of political ambition pressed heavily upon him, mingling with the whispers of the past. He passed the grand expanse of the Forum, its stones steeped in history, where the citizens had once raised their voices for justice and reform. In the stillness of the night, Lucius pondered his choices, the clash of duty and personal ambition echoing in his mind. Each turn reminded him of the delicate balance he faced, loyalty to his father, adherence to tradition, and the desperate need for change. The distant sounds of revelry from a nearby villa mocked his internal turmoil. With every step, he internalized the urgent voices of those he sought to represent, the common people, whose dreams and struggles surged through his heart like a tidal wave. Resolute, Lucius prepared to confront the dawn with renewed purpose. The streets of Rome buzzed with anticipation as Lucius Valerius Marcellus strode through the bustling Forum, the heart of civic life. Plebeians crowded the stalls, their voices melding into a symphony of dreams and despair. Lucius watched as vital conversations unfolded around him, merchants bartering, mothers discussing their children's futures, laborers sharing tales of hardship. Each face told a story, echoing the challenges he sought to address through reform. His heart sank momentarily as he saw a group of young men animatedly debating, their expressions a mix of hope and frustration. He approached, ears attuned to their grievances regarding food shortages and the Senate's indifference. Listening intently, Lucius felt the weight of their aspirations nudging him closer to his purpose. He knew these voices were not mere whispers in the wind. They were the heartbeat of Rome. Renewed conviction surged within him, fueling his resolve to champion their cause when the time for action arrived. Lucius sat in the dimly lit chamber of his villa, beneath the flickering glow of oil lamps, grappling with the weight of betrayal. His trusted aide, Marcus, stood before him, visibly shaken and remorseful. "I never wanted to deceive you, Lucius," Marcus confessed, his voice quivering. He revealed a clandestine meeting he had attended, where conspiratorial whispers against Lucius had taken shape, plotting to undermine his reform efforts by spreading disinformation. The impact of Marcus's revelation settled heavily in the room, a chilling reminder of the treachery lurking in the shadows of the Senate. Lucius felt a surge of anger mixed with disappointment, yet a strange clarity emerged from the chaos. "We must act swiftly," he declared, determination sealing his voice. The game had grown more perilous. He needed to shore up his defenses and gather allies more closely. In this murky labyrinth of politics, staying true to his ideals would demand resilience and cunning. As the sun dipped low over the Roman horizon, casting long shadows across the marble villa, Lucius sat across from his father in a rare moment of quietude. The weight of family expectations loomed large, as his father's rigid adherence to tradition clashed with Lucius's vision for reform. "Your ambition blinds you, Lucius. Change threatens the very fabric of our society," his father admonished, eyes steely, reflecting years of hardened conviction. Lucius felt the stirrings of defiance rising within him. "But father, the people suffer. We must evolve or be consumed by our own stagnation." Silence enveloped them, heavy with unspoken fears and hopes. Lucius's mind whirled, struggling to reconcile his love for the old ways with a burgeoning desire for justice. This heart-to-heart was not just a familial clash. It was a battle for the soul of Rome. As the evening deepened, the flames of their disagreement flickered, hinting at the fracture lines that threatened to separate their worlds entirely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across Rome, festivities gripped the city in celebration of the festival of Apollo. The air thrummed with excitement, filled with the sounds of laughter, music, and the scent of roasted meats wafting through the streets. Senator Lucius Valerius Marcellus found himself amidst swirling revelers, their faces alight with joy and hope. Though the occasion was meant to uplift the spirits of the citizens, an uneasy tension tugged at him. Lucius watched as the wealthy donned extravagant garments, while the common folk attempted to join in the merriment, their eyes betraying the struggles that lay hidden beneath the surface. Relishing moments of joyous abandon, yet troubled by unaddressed grievances, Lucius resolved that the festival would serve as a poignant reminder of his enduring mission. He needed to harness this collective exuberance, one that masked dire realities, into momentum for the reform he sought. As laughter echoed around him, Lucius's heart brimmed with the weight of responsibility. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus strolled through the bustling streets of Rome, the air felt charged with ambition and unrest. The vibrant chatter of merchants and citizens echoed around him, but beneath this surface lay whispers of discontent bubbling up from the plebeians. In recent days, he'd felt an unsettling weight on his shoulders, a growing awareness of the moral cost of his ambitions. Conversations among senators grew increasingly fraught. Some viewed his reformist ideas as a threat to the established order, while others merely saw an opportunity for corruption. Reflections on the sacrifices of power haunted him. Could he remain true to his ideals while navigating such treacherous waters? In a moment of quiet introspection, Lucius vowed to uphold the honor of his noble lineage, determined not to abandon the common people who had begun to rally behind him. As the shadows lengthened, he knew the stakes were about to rise dramatically, and he would need every bit of courage to stand firm against the tide. Along the bustling forum, where the vibrant clash of ideas filled the air, Lucius found himself drawn to the enigmatic presence of a soothsayer, cloaked in mystery and solemnity. The old woman, her eyes shimmering like distant stars, beckoned him forward, sensing the weight of his ambition and turmoil. As they spoke, she revealed cryptic whispers of fate that danced just beyond his grasp. "Power is a double-edged sword, dear Senator," she cautioned, her voice a tinged melody. "Seek truth, and you may find your greatest strength lies in vulnerability." Lucius shivered, contemplating her words amidst the cacophony of the marketplace. Could he balance the demands of the Senate with his ideals? With each prophetic utterance, the shadows of doubt loomed larger, and he felt an unsettling churn within. With a heavy heart, he turned away, knowing that the path ahead was fraught with peril, yet recognizing the call for unwavering courage amidst the uncertainty that engulfed him. The atmosphere in the Senate had thickened with tension, like a storm brewing on the horizon. Lucius felt the weight of impending scandal hanging ominously over him. Gaius Varro had accelerated his campaign against Lucius, manipulating truths and weaving lies into a fabric that could ensnare even the most discerning of senators. As whispers of a scandal began to circulate, Lucius grasped a letter slipped beneath his toga during a discreet gathering. An accusation, old and baseless, yet potent enough to threaten his standing. Seething with indignation, he could sense the prying eyes of the Senate watching him, awaiting his reaction. The din of debates faded as he wrestled with the uneasy truth. His commitment to reform painted a target on his back. Lucius understood that in politics, perception often trumps reality. He gathered his resolve, preparing to confront not just Varro, but a system riddled with shadows, determined to protect his honor and ideals. Seeking counsel, Lucius ventured to the secluded quarters of Aurelia, mindful of the tension brewing in the Senate. Shadows danced across the walls as he entered her modest chamber, the soft flicker of oil lamps casting a warm glow over her thoughtful demeanor. "Lucius, I sense the storm brewing outside," Aurelia remarked, her voice steady yet laced with concern. You are surrounded by enemies, and even those closest to you may not be as loyal as you believe. He sank into a nearby chair, the weight of her words settling heavily on his shoulders. I have fought for reform, but each victory only fuels their animosity, he admitted. Aurelia leaned closer, her eyes piercing with wisdom. Strengthen your resolve, but also your connections. In this game of shadows, trust is a luxury you cannot afford. As her insights unfolded, Lucius felt the shadows recede slightly, illuminating the path ahead, bolstering his determination to navigate the perilous waters of Roman politics. Under the dim lights of the Senate chamber, Lucius Valerius Marcellus faced his rival, Gaius Varro, each word a dagger in the heated debate that defined their ongoing struggle. The air was thick with tension as senators murmured, their gazes flicking between the two men. Varro wasted no time in attacking Lucius, branding his reform ideas as naive and detrimental to the Republic's tradition. Lucius, his pulse quickening, knew that the stakes had never been higher. He took a deep breath, allowing the murmurs to wash over him as he prepared to challenge Varro's rhetoric. With a steady voice, he countered, articulating the plight of the plebeians and the urgent need for change. He recounted tales of families starving in the streets and the indifference of the elite. As his words rang out, he saw flickers of agreement among his fellow senators. This was not just about politics. It was a battle for the soul of Rome itself. Lucius Valerius Marcellus entered the grand arena, the thunderous applause of the crowd washing over him like a wave. Today, gladiatorial games would not only entertain, but also serve as a reminder of Rome's brutal reality. He took a moment to observe the vibrant colors of the spectators' togas, the flamboyant banners fluttering against the azure sky, symbols of a thriving society, yet one tethered to cruelty. Each clash of metal against flesh echoed in his mind, resonating with harsh truths about power and governance. Lucius found himself captivated not by the combatants' prowess but by their plight, the way they fought for survival, much like he did in the Senate. In that arena, life and death hung in the balance, much like his aspirations for reform against the relentless machine of tradition. As he cheered along with the masses, he felt the weight of responsibility settle upon him, a conviction that he must blur the lines of brutality, seeking mercy within Rome's hardened heart. Lucius entered the grand arena, the roar of the crowd echoing like thunder around him. The vibrant colors of banners fluttered in the breeze, a colorful contrast to the gravity of his thoughts. Here, the blood-soaked sands bore witness to both valor and demise, reminding him that political battles could be just as brutal. As gladiators clashed, he couldn't help but draw parallels to the Senate. Rivalries tested, alliances formed, and the art of survival a constant challenge. Sitting among the patricians, Lucius watched the gladiators' fierce determination. Each blow struck resonated within him, igniting a longing for his cause. The plebeians, roused by the spectacle, screamed for their champions, a stark contrast to the silence that often filled the marble halls of power. In that charged moment, he envisioned a future where the people's voices roared as loudly for reform as they did for bloodshed. His resolve hardened. He would fight for their honor, echoing the strength displayed in the arena. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus sat in his villa, the morning sun filtered through the intricately designed windows, casting patterns on the marble floors. He held the letter tightly in his hand, its contents weighing heavily on his mind. News from the provinces had arrived, detailing rampant corruption that permeated the very fabric of Roman governance. His brow furrowed as he pondered the implications. The integrity of alliances he had been forging rested on this fragile web of trust. With each word, he envisioned the suffering of citizens who labored under corrupt officials, their voices drowned amidst the lust for power. Lucius resolved to act, not merely as a senator, but as a champion for those who could not defend themselves. The time for complacency was over. Rallying his thoughts of reform and justice, he prepared to confront the Senate, determined to navigate this new storm and hold those responsible accountable. Through the waves of political treachery, hope flickered like a distant star in darkened skies. As Lucius navigated the narrow streets of Rome, the cries of the destitute tugged at his heart. Each day brought fresh suffering, and today was no exception. He found himself drawn to a small alley, where a child, no more than 5, sat abandoned, clutching a tattered toy. The sight pierced him with helplessness, the weight of the city's neglect heavy on his shoulders. Lucius knelt beside the child, offering a gentle smile and a few coins, but it felt insufficient against the backdrop of despair. Resolute, he took the child in his arms, resolving to provide for the vulnerable. This moment ignited within him a fierce determination to champion reforms that would tackle the systemic issues plaguing Rome. As he carried the child through the streets, Lucius felt the pulse of the city vibrate with potential, and he recognized that true power lay not in titles, but in the compassion one showed to the least of these. Lucius gathered his trusted allies in a dimly lit villa, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The air was charged with urgency as they calculated the imminent proposal for reform that could alter the fate of Rome. Aurelia stood at the helm of the meeting, her insightful voice cutting through the tension, emphasizing the need for unity. "This is our moment," she declared, her eyes glinting in the flickering torchlight. "We can no longer ignore the suffering of the plebeians." Lucius leaned forward, the gravity of their mission weighing heavily on him. He knew the risks they faced, yet hope sparked within him. "If we present a united front, we can sway those undecided senators," he urged, rallying his companions. Together, they pored over strategies, sketching plans to reach out to influential voices in the Senate. As the shadows lengthened, Lucius felt a renewed determination. They were not merely senators, but champions of change, ready to confront the status quo. As dawn broke over the Senate, Lucius Valerius Marcellus lingered in the shadows of anticipation, preparing for the day's pivotal oratory. His mind swirled with the intricacies of recent developments, the fervent whispers of impending alliances echoing in his thoughts. He understood that his success hinged on mastering the art of persuasion, a skill coveted in the halls of power. Today he would unveil his plans to address the severe economic disparities plaguing Rome, urging his fellow senators to embrace reforms that would illuminate the path for the plebeians. In the dim light of the chamber, Lucius surveyed the faces of his colleagues, some riddled with skepticism, others merely curious. He recalled Aurelia's insights on the nuances of rhetoric and the weight of words. As he stepped forward, the air thickened with expectation. With every word, he sought to inspire, to awaken their latent sense of duty, and to kindle the spark of change, knowing full well that the fate of Rome lay in their hands. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forum, where merchants and citizens engaged in animated discussions. Lucius Valerius Marcellus observed the lively exchanges, his heart swelling with purpose. He wandered through the crowd, listening to tales of neighbors and friends, as they shared their hopes and fears for a better tomorrow. The atmosphere pulsed with possibility, yet a lingering sense of injustice gnawed at him. An elderly plebeian approached, a worn hand grasping a tattered scroll. "Senator, we trust you to give us voice," he implored, his eyes filled with despair. Lucius felt the weight of responsibility heavy on his soul. Would he be the catalyst for change, or merely another voice drowned in the Senate's cacophony? As he navigated the labyrinth of ambitions and ideals, Lucius resolved to elevate those unheard among the noise, knowing that true leadership meant standing firmly alongside the people, whose dreams entwined with his own. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting elongated shadows through the Senate corridors, Lucius paced anxiously, his mind churning with the recent events that had unfolded. He had witnessed the dishonesty of his peers firsthand during the voting on the proposed grain redistribution. Bribery, it seemed, was a commonplace currency within their dealings, a truth that left him disheartened but resolute. Sitting at his ornate desk that evening, he contemplated the implications of compromise, the necessity to navigate this treacherous political landscape without succumbing to its temptations. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon his shoulders, reminding him of the common people whose cries for assistance echoed through the streets of Rome. Inspired by their plight, he envisioned a bold initiative that could reveal the Senate's true corruption. Yet the question lingered. Could he remain true to his ideals while entangled in such murky loyalties? As night enveloped Rome, Lucius understood that he had to act, drawing a path through the fog of moral ambiguity that threatened to consume him. Within the ornate chambers of the Senate, the whispers had always been filled with the gravity of politics, but tonight the air crackled with an unprecedented energy. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the forefront, observing the elite gathered before him, their gilded robes a stark contrast to the struggles of the plebeians outside the marble walls. Aurelia, his ever-cunning adviser, leaned in to whisper, "The tide is shifting. They will listen if you speak to their hearts." Inspired by her wisdom, Lucius prepared to address the assembly. As he rose to speak, Lucius could feel the weight on his shoulders, the hopes of the common folk and the historical expectations of his patrician lineage. Reform, he declared passionately, is not a luxury of the elite, but a necessity for the survival of Rome. The murmurs from both supporters and foes echoed through the grand hall, each sound igniting a longing for change that resonated beyond the marble pillars. Lucius stood before the assembled senators, the weight of history pressing upon him as he prepared for his speech. The echo of ancient orators filled the grand chamber, instilling a sense of purpose within him. As he addressed the Senate, he drew upon the rich legacy of Roman rhetoric, hoping to inspire those around him to embrace the wind of change he envisioned. "Fellow senators," he began, his voice steady, "the heart of Rome beats strongest in the aspirations of its people. Our duty is not merely to maintain the status quo, but to forge a future where every citizen, be they patrician or plebeian, can partake in this great experiment of governance." His words invoked a growing fervor among his supporters, while tension crackled amidst those loyal to Varro. With every passionate plea for reform, Lucius began to sense the tide shifting ever so slightly. Hope intertwined with resolve as he readied himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Tensions simmered in the Senate chamber, palpable as Lucius Valerius Marcellus settled into his seat. Murmurs of distrust flitted between senators like ghosts, shadows flitting across their faces as allies grew wary of one another. Rumors had spread like wildfire, igniting fears of betrayal amidst the fragile alliances he had painstakingly built. Lucius scanned the room, his eyes landing on Gaius Varro, who lounged with an air of smugness, basking in chaos. "How long until our oath turns to dust?" Lucius pondered, the weight of uncertainty pressing on him. He yearned for decisive action, but felt paralyzed, caught in a dance of hidden motives. Deep within him, the resolve sparked, a fire kindled by the desperation of the common folk, their voices ringing in his ears. He must rally support, but first he needed to uncover the truth hidden beneath the layers of deception that threatened to engulf them all. The time for action was nearing. Lucius could hardly shake off the disquiet that had settled over him since Livia had arrived in his life. Her mysterious past, entwined with that of Gaius Varro, danced at the fringes of his thoughts. As he strode through the intricate marble corridors of the Senate, whispers of her family's influence mingled with the tension of his own aspirations. Would she stand with him, or would her loyalty to Varro cloud their connection? During a session filled with rhetoric and fervent debate, Lucius observed her from across the chamber, her gaze steady and contemplative. He recalled their quick exchanges, her sharp wit and unguarded laughter, a stark contrast to the calculated manipulation of Varro. In that moment, he recognized the stakes of their alliance. The hidden truths of Livia's past could either become a formidable weapon against him or transform into a lifeline for reforms he so passionately sought. With every heartbeat, Lucius pondered the web of loyalty and ambition he was weaving. The severity of the recent bad harvest hung over the city like a dark cloud, deepening the ever-present anguish of the plebeians. Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked through the crowded market, taking in the desperate faces of his fellow citizens. Vendors struggled to sell what little they had, their goods perishing while the price of grain skyrocketed. The air buzzed with frustration and fear as families forewent meals, uncertain of where their next sustenance would come from. Determined to act, Lucius gathered his closest advisors, Aurelia, whose strategic mind complemented his vision, and a cohort of merchants who understood the trade routes. As they discussed potential relief measures, Lucius felt the weight of urgency pressing down on him. He envisioned a plan that would redirect surplus grain from the provinces, rallying support among senators to aid those suffering. With resolve, he prepared to confront his peers in the Senate, knowing that lives depended on his actions. Amidst the swirling tensions of the Senate, Lucius found himself faced with the delicate art of compromise. Sitting in the chamber, he watched as old animosities flared and sharp tongues lashed out, casting shadows over the proposals he sought to push forward. The recent protests from the plebeians weighed heavily on him. Their cries for justice echoed in his mind. He understood that to enact real change, he would need to navigate the treacherous waters of negotiation, finding common ground with those who had long opposed him. With a strategy forming, he began to approach senators known for their influential sway, seeking dialogue rather than confrontation. Gathering them for discussions in secluded alcoves of the Senate, Lucius listened intently, valuing their insights as he wielded his own ideas like a skilled orator. Slowly, common objectives emerged from the fog of dissent, igniting a flicker of hope that perhaps unity could be forged in the name of progress. At dawn, Lucius Valerius Marcellus sat by the window of his villa, deep in contemplation. The early light filtered through the sheer drapery, casting soft shadows that danced across the marble floors. Amid the smell of freshly baked bread and the distant sounds of bustling Rome, he wrestled with an unsettling realization. The political landscape had shifted overnight. Whispers in the Senate hinted at a growing unrest among the plebeians. Families struggled under the weight of taxes, and his heart grew heavy with the knowledge that while the elite indulged in opulence, the common folk's plight corresponded with their hardship. Lucius resolved to take action, not merely to defend his reputation, but to safeguard the legacy of his family. He envisioned brave reforms that would break the chains of tradition, yet he bristled with the weight of potential backlash from his fellow senators, particularly Gaius Varro. Today he would seek allies and craft solutions that may traverse the widening chasm between classes. As the night descended on Rome, the stars twinkled like distant hopes against a velvet sky, yet shadows loomed in the hearts of those who dared to challenge the status quo. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stepped into his dimly lit chamber, his heart racing with the weight of impending decisions. Tension had escalated within the Senate, the clash of ideals manifesting in hushed whispers and veiled threats. A flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows on the walls, mirroring the turmoil brewing in his mind. With every passing day, his resolve to champion reform was met with increasing resistance from Gaius Varro and his cadre of traditionalists. Frustration gnawed at him, but amidst the chaos, stray thoughts of the common folk fueled his determination. Lucius knew he could not falter, for their hopes rested on his shoulders. In the quiet of the room, he found strength and purpose, inviting the shadows to be his allies, shrouded in secrecy as he plotted his next move against Varro's insidious forces. Lucius stood on the balcony of his villa, the vibrant city of Rome sprawling before him. He gazed at the sun setting behind the rooftops, contemplating the mounting pressures on his shoulders. Whispers of dissent from the plebeians filled the air, mingling with the echo of a distant crowd demanding change. The weight of ambition bore heavily on him. Each decision he made seemed to tip the scales between personal gain and the welfare of his constituents. He thought of the young boy he had recently encountered, whose hollow eyes reflected the hunger and despair of the city's poorest. In that moment, Lucius resolved to fight for them, even as shadows of betrayal loomed closer. He knew that loyalty was a currency as fragile as glass in the political arena, and he must navigate this treacherous landscape with utmost care. With renewed determination, he turned away from the sunset, ready to face the trials ahead, anchored in his unwavering commitment to justice. As dawn broke over the forum, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt the weight of anticipation pressing against him. The flames of discontent flickered in the eyes of the gathered plebeians, their voices ready to rise against the Senate's inertia. Every early morning murmur seemed to speak of hunger, the kind that gnawed at the stomach and the soul. Lucius moved through the throng, each face telling a story of struggle and aspiration. He could feel their frustrations melding into a collective resolve, a palpable force that coursed through the cobblestones beneath his feet. He approached a group of eager citizens, their eyes glinting with hope and defiance. As he spoke of the reforms he aimed to implement, the energy shifted. Voices united, voices demanding change. Their passions ignited his own conviction. He would not only bear witness to their plight, he would become their champion, their senator, boldly vowing to bridge the chasm between their needs and the Senate's indifference. The air was thick with tension as Lucius wandered through the forum, absorbing the murmurs of discontent swirling around him. The voices of plebeians rose like a chorus, echoing their frustrations with the Senate amid the grand columns. He could sense their hunger for reform, their pleas for justice cloaked under the surface of their daily lives. As he paused to listen, a young mother recounted the struggles of feeding her family after the poor harvests, her eyes filled with both hope and despair. Lucius felt the weight of her words. They became a flame in his spirit, urging him to fight harder against the corrupt status quo embodied by Gaius Varro. He realized that their voices were not merely complaints, they were calls to action. With renewed determination, Lucius resolved to echo their struggles in the Senate, to transform their hopes into a rallying cry for meaningful change, even as the shadows of revolt loomed ever closer. As Lucius stepped into the Senate chamber, an air of unease gripped him. The murmur of senators mingled, a low hum of discontent echoing off marble walls adorned with the triumphs of Rome. He sensed the growing divide among them, a palpable tension thickening with each passing moment. Lucius took a breath, steeling himself against the weight of their gazes. He noticed Varro, his rival, smirking at a group of aligned senators who exchanged furtive glances laden with unspoken agreements. The noise swelled. The stakes felt higher than ever before, with Varro's recent maneuvers threatening to undermine Lucius's reform agenda. Harnessing every ounce of resolve, Lucius called upon his training in oratory, preparing to speak plainly yet passionately. He could not retreat. The voices of the people echoed in his mind, their hopes fueling his ambition. This was a defining moment, one that could either entrench the status quo or ignite a revolution of ideals. As dawn broke over Rome, casting shadows that danced across the cobblestones, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt a familiar knot of anxiety form in his stomach. He had spent the night poring over scrolls and reports, trying to make sense of the whispers that fluttered through the Senate like the wings of crows. Every conversation seemed drenched in treachery, and he knew the stakes had never been higher. The looming vote on his reforms had sent tremors through the ranks. Each senator a potential ally or a hidden enemy. Lucius gathered his thoughts and turned toward the forum, where citizens' voices echoed against the marble columns. He sought reassurance in their hopes, their frustrations. They were the heart of Rome. Would they stand with him? Or would the shadowy conspiracies suffocate the fledgling sparks of change? Today was a day of reckoning, and the weight of their legacy rested on his shoulders. Lucius stood at the edge of the Senate floor, his thoughts racing as whispers of Livia's past filled his mind. He had been captivated by her charm, drawn to her fierce spirit, yet now doubt clouded his judgment. Was she merely a pawn in Gaius Varro's dangerous game, or did she share his vision for reform? The tension in his heart mirrored that of the Senate chamber, where allegiances shifted like sand. As he recalled Livia's sharp intellect during their conversations, two sides of her emerged, the passionate woman seeking change and the mysterious figure entwined with his rival. Lucius felt an urgency to uncover the truth, to understand whether her loyalties lay in the shadows or with the people. He resolved to confront her, to sift through the layers of intrigue surrounding their entangled fates. This confrontation could illuminate not just his path forward, but the future of Rome itself. Lucius leaned against the marble balustrade of the Senate, the weight of his ambitions pressing heavily on his shoulders. The morning sun bathed Rome in golden light, yet the shadows of uncertainty cast long across his path. He recalled the fervor of the last assembly, where fervent voices clamored for change, mingling with whispers of doubt from those clinging to the status quo. Determined to harness the newfound momentum, he convened a gathering with his closest allies, seeking to solidify their support for the forthcoming reforms. As he outlined his vision, the air crackled with energy, each echoing voice bolstering his resolve. Yet, murmurs of dissent lingered like specters within the Senate walls, reminding him that every step forward invited resistance. With resolve, Lucius reminded himself that the road ahead, though fraught with peril, was one he would forge anew. Each trial shaping not just his destiny, but that of all Rome. The bustling forum pulsed with the energy of countless voices, alive with fervor for change. Lucius stood amidst the throng, keenly aware of the people's renewed spirit. Whispers of discontent mingled with shouts for reform, invigorating his resolve. He had witnessed firsthand the desperate plights of plebeians, from their struggles with food shortages to their aspirations for a brighter future. Today, he would not simply stand by. He was determined to lend his voice to their cause. With renewed vigor, Lucius made his way to the makeshift podium where citizens eagerly gathered, their eyes wide with hope. Gripping the edges of the platform, he felt the weight of their expectations and the potential for monumental change hanging in the air. As he began to speak, his words flowed like a river, weaving through the crowd as he painted a vivid picture of a Rome inspired by unity and justice. A chorus of agreement swelled around him, signaling the dawn of a new era. As dawn painted the marble buildings of Rome with a golden hue, Lucius Valerius Marcellus paced the forum, surrounded by the vibrant hum of citizens beginning their day. Whispers of reform danced on the air, igniting a spark within him. The recent discussions among his allies had birthed a shared purpose, one centered on bridging the widening chasm between patricians and the common people. He recalled Aurelia's pointed insights: unity is forged in understanding. She had said, and it lingered in his mind like a mantra. Eager voices of merchants and laborers offered their opinions, each echoing the frustrations of their lives under the heavy weight of taxation and neglect. Every conversation reinforced his resolve. True power lay not in dominance, but in collaboration. He envisioned cross-class alliances, a tapestry woven from the aspirations of the many, compelling him to gather stakeholders for a pivotal meeting that would reshape the future of Rome. The gathering storm of ambition churned within Lucius as he paced the marble corridors of the Senate. Whispers of dissent echoed through the hallowed halls, reminding him of the fractured alliances forming beneath a veneer of civility. Everyone had their own motives, and trust felt like a naive luxury he could no longer afford. As he cast a glance toward his rivals, he perceived Varro's smirk lurking in the shadows, a reminder of the stakes at play. Lucius understood that truth was a commodity, and every senator held a narrative shaped by fear, ambition, or resentment. Today, he would address the Senate with boldness, igniting a call for reform that would resonate through the hearts of the people. With every step, he felt a resonance with the crowd's discontent, a spark that could light a revolution. He steeled himself, knowing that the road ahead might sever ties he once held dear, but the ideals of a fairer Rome propelled him forward into the fray. Lucius Valerius Marcellus sat in his villa, the dim light of the waning day filtering through the open window, casting shadows that danced on the walls. He felt the weight of the day pressing upon him, the voices of disputing senators still echoing in his mind. This evening he would meet his father, a man steeped in the traditions of their lineage, whose unwavering beliefs often clashed with Lucius's aspirations for reform. As he prepared, apprehension stirred within him. What would he say this time? Would he confront his father's staunch adherence to the past? Yet within that trepidation lay a flicker of hope. Perhaps their conversation could bridge the divide between generations. As Lucius descended the marble staircase, determination fueled his steps. He reminded himself that change often began within the heart, and the bond of family could serve as both an anchor and a guide amid the turbulent waters of political ambition. The jovial laughter and clanking of goblets at the Senate's grand feast echoed through the opulent chamber, reverberating off marble columns adorned with intricate carvings. Lucius Valerius Marcellus sat at the long table, a lavish spread of rich foods before him, yet his mind was consumed by the stark contrasts surrounding the evening. The elegant senators indulged, cloaked in finesse and wealth, while distant cries echoed from the streets of Rome, plebeians clamoring for relief from their unbearable hardships. As the flickering torchlight illuminated the faces of the elite, Lucius felt a gnawing discontent within. His heart ached for the commoners to whom he had spoken earlier that day, their woes heavy upon his shoulders. He clenched his fists beneath the table, vowing to himself that amidst this opulence he would not forget his purpose. This night of grandeur would not drown out the cries of those who sought justice. The grand celebration in honor of the Senate's latest achievements transformed the forum into a sprawling tapestry of color and sound. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked among the throngs, he was enveloped by the laughter of citizens and the jubilant notes of flutes wafting through the air. Yet, beneath the revelry lay an undercurrent of tension. Many in attendance were acutely aware of the hardships still burdening the plebeians. The vibrant displays around him felt both celebratory and hollow, as Lucius witnessed citizens struggling to find enough bread, their faces marked by weariness and longing. He paused before a newly erected statue of a revered general, a symbol of triumph that seemed to mock the daily struggles of the populace. It struck him that while the elite feasted, his vision of reform remained a distant ambition. The cheers echoing in the forum reminded him that true triumph could only be achieved when the fortunes of the common people improved alongside the glory of the Senate. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus navigated the intricacies of Roman politics, a sense of urgency enveloped the Senate. Whispers of a vibrant shadow revolution began to ripple through the streets, urging the common citizens to rise against the entrenched elite. He learned that several senators, emboldened by the growing unrest, were quietly rallying support to counter his reform agenda. The air was thick with both tension and anticipation, compelling him to strategize his next moves with utmost care. In a clandestine meeting that evening, Lucius gathered trusted allies in the dimly lit recesses of his villa. He laid out his vision for reform, knowing that time was running short and that they had to act decisively to channel the discontent into a united force. The light danced across their faces as they exchanged ideas, hearts ablaze with a shared determination to challenge the oppressive norms entrenched within the Senate. The movement was gaining momentum, and Lucius felt the weight of history pushing him forward. As Lucius settled into the Senate chamber, discussions buzzed around him like the hum of bees. Today felt different. A heaviness loomed in the air, thick with anticipation. Whispers of dissent swirled among the patricians, the kind that hinted at a fracture within their ranks. Unsettled, he shifted in his seat, recalling the fiery debates that had defined the previous sessions. Lucius scanned the faces around him, noting the chilling calculations in the eyes of potential allies and the smug satisfaction etched on rival Gaius Varro's face. The tension crackled, emotions running high as senators prepared to dive into a pressing vote on Lucius's reform proposals. It wasn't merely a clash of ideas, it was a battle for the soul of Rome. He felt the weight of expectation, not just for his own ambitions, but for the voices of the people who longed for change. Today was not just another day in the Senate. It would be a reckoning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the Senate chamber as Lucius Valerius Marcellus prepared for what felt like a pivotal day. Whispers of dissent echoed through the marble halls, the air thick with tension and uncertainty. As he took his seat among the senators, Lucius couldn't shake the anxiety creeping into his thoughts. The voices he had once fought to elevate now rang louder as the outcome of the upcoming vote loomed. This was no simple debate. The very essence of his ideals hung in the balance. Gripping the polished surface of the table, he reminded himself of the promises made to his constituents, the hopes and dreams of the common people. Today, he would not just stand as a patrician senator. He aimed to reflect the voices echoing through the streets of Rome. As the session commenced, he steeled himself for the confrontation that awaited, aware that each word he spoke could shift the tide of history. The Senate chamber buzzed with anticipation as Lucius prepared to deliver a speech that could define his legacy. Every senator's gaze was fixated on him, and the weight of their expectations pressed heavily upon his shoulders. Drawing a breath, he focused on the faces in the crowd, commoners and patricians alike, all waiting for a spark of hope. As he spoke, his words flowed with clarity and passion, invoking the spirit of Rome's founding heroes while addressing the crippling corruption that threatened their society. He emphasized the virtues of justice, honor, and duty, calling for unity among the classes. Each phrase he articulated served as a powerful rallying cry. Murmurs of approval rippled through the chamber, igniting a flicker of inspiration among his peers. Lucius felt an exhilarating surge of camaraderie as he closed, But his heart trembled at the knowledge that such fervor could quickly transform into hostility, should Varro and his allies strike back. As the Senate convened, a palpable tension filled the chamber, thick enough to cut with a sword. Lucius Valerius Marcellus took his seat, heart racing as murmurs swirled around him. The air crackled with the unspoken words of rivalries, promises, and betrayals. He felt the weight of his ambitions pressing down, a constant reminder of the reforms he sought. Today, a crucial vote lay before them, one that would either inject hope into the hearts of the plebeians or reinforce the patrician grip on power. Oratory prowess was essential. Standing to speak, Lucius gazed into the faces of seasoned senators, seeking out allies amid the sea of skeptics. He recalled the stories of his childhood friends struggling to survive, their faces flickering in his memory like candles in the wind. Fueled by this urgency, he steadied his resolve. For the welfare of Rome, he began, his voice steady, as he prepared to weave his vision into the minds of every senator present. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the precipice of his ambitions, contemplating the pressing need for reform in Rome. As he strode through the bustling streets, the vibrant voices of merchants and families contrasted sharply with the solemnity of his purpose. He paused briefly to observe a group of children playing by the forum, their laughter a poignant reminder of the future he hoped to secure. Meeting with his closest allies later that day, Lucius passionately conveyed the principles behind his tripartite vision: economic stability, social equality, and political transparency. Each proposition sparked fervent discussion, with the weight of urgency hanging over them as a bad harvest loomed. It was clear that the concerns of the plebeians must take center stage in their plans. Lucius knew that if they succeeded in shifting the Senate's focus, they could channel the citizens' anger into a powerful force for change. Time was running short, but the glimmer of hope ignited his resolve. The air in Rome crackled with tension as debates raged in the Senate, a palpable discord between the seasoned patricians and the rising voices of reform. Lucius Valerius Marcellus sat in the chamber, keenly aware of the militaristic undertones surfacing in discussions about potential conflicts beyond the city's borders. The words of his military contacts echoed in his mind, warning of instability among the ranks. Discontented soldiers grew restless as food supplies dwindled. He understood the power of the military in shaping political outcomes. A loyal army could change the tides of governance. With his voice poised to be heard, Lucius contemplated a proposal that could both placate the fears of his fellow senators and address the growing unrest among the populace. He envisioned a bold initiative to integrate military veterans into economic reform efforts, providing them with resources to thrive while simultaneously bolstering Rome's defenses. As the chamber buzzed with voices, Lucius sensed the brewing storm of discontent poised to surge. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus paced the marble floors of his villa, the weight of his unyielding ambitions pressed heavily on his shoulders. Doubts danced in his mind, shadows whispering of potential failures that could shatter not only his dreams but also the fragile hopes of the citizens he aspired to uplift. He gazed out over the bustling streets of Rome, where the cries of merchants mingled with the laughter of children, yet he could see the underlying current of discontent simmering among the plebeians. Each plea for justice echoed within him, filling his heart with determination, yet intertwining with an unsettling anxiety. Lucius understood that the path of leadership was strewn with sacrifices, of ideals, friendships, and even familial bonds. Steeling himself for the upcoming confrontations in the Senate, he resolved that strength lay not only in ambition, but in the courage to face the truths lurking deep within himself. The political landscape within the Senate had shifted dramatically, and Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt the weight of impending conflict. Rumors surged through the marble halls, whispers of deceit and betrayal that threatened to unravel the delicate alliances he had worked so hard to forge. As he made his way through the chamber, he caught snippets of conversation, senators huddled closely, their faces etched with concern and determination. Lucius's heart raced. He could sense the rising tide of animosity aimed squarely at him. With each passing day, Gaius Varro, his bitter rival, intensified his scheming, rallying supporters under false pretexts. Lucius knew that inaction was no longer an option. The time for decisive action had come. Gathering his most trusted allies, he laid out a plan to confront the growing dissent. He would face Varro's machinations head-on, refusing to let fear dictate his course. For the sake of Rome, he could no longer remain in the shadows. In the dimly lit Senate chamber, tension hung palpably in the air as Lucius gathered his thoughts for the crucial debate ahead. Whispers of dissent echoed around him, yet the fervor of the crowd outside provided a pulse of hope. He had long listened to the voices of the common people, their calls for reform resonating deep within his heart. Today, he would embody their spirit, standing as a beacon of change against the entrenched interests of patricians like Gaius Varro. As his turn approached, Lucius recalled the stories of courage and resilience shared amongst the plebeians during his visits to the Forum. Each tale kindled a fire within him, propelling his resolve forward. Stepping into the center of the chamber, he knew the weight of the moment. Today's words could spark the reform he had envisioned. With a steady breath, he began his speech, echoing the resilience of the people, united and unwavering in their quest for justice. The momentum for change grows unstoppable within the Senate, as whispers of reform echo louder among factions. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stands at the heart of this burgeoning movement, feeling the weight of expectation pressing against him like the stones of the Forum. He gathers his allies, their faces illuminated by the flickering torchlight, each member driven by a shared vision of a better Rome. Conversations intertwine, revealing their fears and hopes, the urgency palpable as they strategize ways to dismantle the corrupt practices that have become the norm. As Lucius speaks, his voice steady and passionate, he ignites a spark of determination, each word reinforcing the fabric of their newfound resolve. The looming presence of Gaius Varro and his loyalists casts a shadow of doubt, yet Lucius knows that this is their moment to forge an inclusive future. Unity among the senators could shatter the chains of tradition and birth an era of reform that the common people have long yearned for. The hours stretched longer as Lucius Valerius Marcellus wrestled with the ramifications of loyalty. In the dim light of his villa, shadows draped over the marble floors, mirroring the encroaching doubt in his heart. Unsure whom to trust, he recalled the faces of those who had pledged allegiance only to falter when push came to shove. Each whispered promise now felt like a blade poised to strike. His thoughts turned to Aurelia, whose wisdom had become the cornerstone of his resolve. She had warned him of the precarious nature of alliances, and with every vote looming in the Senate, the weight of potential betrayal pressed down on him like the oppressive Roman sun. As he prepared for another day of political skirmishes, the laughter of children playing in the streets outside served as a reminder of what he was truly fighting for. A legacy that would not just reflect his ambition, but enrich the lives of the common people, whose voices he vowed to elevate above the whispering shadows. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the Forum as Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked among the crowd. With every step, he could hear the collective murmurs of citizens discussing their frustrations, their hopes entangled with his vision for reform. A group of plebeians gathered around a makeshift stand, sharing tales of families struggling to find enough bread. Their eyes, wide with yearning for change, ignited a fire within him. Drawing closer, Lucius listened intently, absorbing their stories of loss and despair. Each anecdote reinforced his resolve. He understood that their voices carried the weight of a legion. He had to bring their plight to the Senate, to scream against the injustice that echoed through marble halls. Empathy surged within him, guiding his next steps. He cast a determined look across the Forum, envisioning a future where every citizen, regardless of status, could share in Rome's prosperity. Amid the political whirlwind of the Senate, Lucius Valerius Marcellus found himself at a crossroads of ambition and conviction. Exhausted but resolute, he reflected on the toll of his decisions, each choice weighing heavily on his conscience. The specter of betrayal lingered in the air, a reminder that good intentions could be twisted by those surrounding him. Those fleeting moments of clarity, when ideals shone through the murk of scheming and corruption, became his sanctuary. Lucius understood that the path to reform was fraught with peril, yet he felt invigorated by the struggles faced daily by the common people. Their faces haunted him in the Senate, urging him to rise above self-serving politics. With renewed purpose, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead, ready to confront those who sought to undermine his vision. In that vulnerable space, he found the strength to push forward, determined to forge a legacy worthy of the Republic. Lucius stood before the Senate, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Each senator's gaze, piercing and expectant, weighed upon him as he prepared to defend his recent proposals. He could feel the electric tension in the air, an undercurrent of loyalty and betrayal swirling in the grand chamber. Today would be a defining moment, a choice between embracing his ideals for reform or succumbing to the pressure of the status quo. As he spoke, Lucius reflected on the countless voices represented in his vision, the silent hopes of both patricians and plebeians alike. He urged his fellow senators to consider the transformative power of reform, not just for their glory, but for the very soul of Rome. This wasn't merely a political maneuver. It was a chance to renew their commitment to civic duty. With his heart pounding and passion fueling every word, Lucius prayed that today's decision would illuminate the path toward a brighter future for all citizens. The heat of the Senate room bore down on Lucius as the discussions about reform intensified. With every word spoken, he sensed the growing desire for change among his fellow senators. The recent uprisings among the plebeians, their demands echoing through the streets, created a fertile ground for his vision to take root. Spurred on by the momentum of public sentiment, Lucius proposed a comprehensive package of reforms aimed at alleviating the burdens on the common people. His voice rang clear as he articulated each point, emphasizing the need for accountability and justice. There was a palpable tension in the air, the whispers of dissent muffled by the mounting hope he inspired in the hearts of those who yearned for change. Allies began to nod, emboldened by his conviction, while Gaius Varro and his supporters exchanged anxious glances. The momentum felt irrepressible, and Lucius knew that this was his moment to ignite a revolution within the walls of power. As the sun rose over the Senate, Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood poised, aware of the treacherous undercurrents that coursed through the marble halls. A knot of tension tightened in his gut as he braced himself against the fragrant aromas of fresh bread and blooming laurel. Today, rivals whispered in shadows, their conspiracies wrapped in silk to mask malevolence. He could sense Varro's presence, always lurking, determined to discredit his vision for reform. Lucius reflected on earlier banters shared with allies, where laughter veiled the fractures amongst them. Despite the burgeoning camaraderie, he understood the fragility of his alliances. Each would be tested in this high-stakes arena. The Senate chamber awaited, a battleground where ideals clashed and egos soared, yet amidst the political strife, a surge of resolve built within him. He stepped forward, ready to forge a new path, knowing he must unravel the complex web of deceit if he ever hoped to uplift the voices of the people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the forum, Lucius felt the pulse of the city quickening. Whispers of discontent filled the air as citizens gathered, their eyes aflame with a yearning for change. He moved through the crowd, absorbing their fears and hopes, and could see that a sense of urgency had taken root. The plebeians were restless, their patience thinning amid food shortages and political indifference. "We are at a crossroads," he thought, realizing that to truly represent these people, he must listen intently, not just lecture. The faces of the hungry and weary haunted him as he committed to amplifying their voices within the Senate chambers. The night resonated with a collective desire for justice, and Lucius pledged to channel this energy into action. As he prepared for the battles ahead, he felt the weight of their expectations settling upon his shoulders, a reminder of the responsibility he bore. Lucius stepped into the crowded forum, the air charged with energy as artisans displayed their wares and citizens engaged in animated discussions. The vibrancy of the marketplace pulsed around him, but the undercurrent of discontent was palpable. He listened intently, eavesdropping on heated exchanges about the grazing policies that favored wealthy landowners while the poor suffered, unable to feed their families. As he moved through the throng, he witnessed a group of plebeians animatedly debating an impending vote in the Senate, their faces etched with worry and determination. His heart ached for them. Their hopes lay heavy upon his shoulders. Lucius recalled the influence of his father's traditional values, but he felt those ties loosening under the weight of responsibility. The frustration of the common man ignited a fire within him, compelling Lucius to refocus his efforts. He resolved to amplify their voices in the Senate. Their plight would not go unheard. The winds of change began to swirl, signaling a pressing need for reform. The grand celebration in honor of the Senate's achievements transformed the forum into a spectacle of color and sound. Ornate banners swayed in the evening breeze, while musicians filled the air with melodious notes that echoed off the marble columns. Citizens gathered, their faces illuminated by torches, creating a tapestry of eager expressions, eager for unity. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the forefront, observing the revelry with mixed emotions. He cherished the jubilant spirit of the people, but felt the weight of responsibility pressed down on him like a heavy toga. As the night unfolded, he was acutely aware that such festivities often disguised the underlying tensions in Rome. While laughter and cheers masked unrest bubbling just below the surface, Lucius resolved to seize this opportunity, knowing that the promise of reform must be woven into the very fabric of those joyous celebrations. Amidst the shimmering torchlight, he silently vowed to identify the root of discontent, determined to frame his vision for a brighter, equitable future. As the sun dipped low over the forum, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets, Lucius knew the air was thick with anticipation. The Senate's recent accomplishments had sparked hope, but he felt the lingering tension of discontent simmering below the surface. Whispers of grievances from the common folk swirled around him like autumn leaves, fueling his resolve. He called for a mass gathering in the heart of the city, envisioning a powerful display to galvanize support for his proposed reforms. As he stood before the eager crowd, he felt their eyes upon him, each gaze a silent plea for change. Summoning his oratory skills, he spoke passionately about justice, equality, and the need for a compassionate government. Every word resonated deeply, electrifying the masses. With cheers erupting around him, he sensed a united front forming, a wave of solidarity that might just be the tide to wash away the entrenched corruption of the Senate and lift the spirits of Rome. The atmosphere within the Senate grew thick with tension as Lucius prepared for what felt like the calm before a storm. Whispers of dissent swirled among the senators, each one eyeing their neighbors with suspicion. Days of mounting grievances had ignited old rivalries, and Lucius could sense that a reckoning was at hand. As he paced his chamber, he recalled the urgent words of Aurelia, "In chaos lies opportunity. Know when to seize it." With this thought anchoring him, Lucius felt a surge of determination. He knew that if he could navigate through the turbulence with grace, not only could he safeguard his position, but also wean Rome's political fabric back towards integrity. In the forum below, he heard the muffled cries of the people, their hopes woven tightly with his own ideals for reform. With a deep breath, he stepped into the chamber, ready to confront the impending clash. As Lucius stepped into the dimly lit Senate chamber, tension hung thick in the air, charged with whispered uncertainties and unspoken accusations. The echoes of debates past replayed in his mind, but today felt different. He had overheard murmurs of dissent among his colleagues in the corridors, a disquieting mixture of fear and ambition swirling around him. Heretical ideas of reform had sparked flames of jealousy and self-interest amongst the seasoned senators, and he sensed the undercurrents that threatened to shift the very foundations of their allegiance. As he settled into his seat, eyes darted his way, a mix of admiration and resentment flickering. Lucius took a deep breath, steeling himself. He strategically chose to focus on the vitality of the plebeians, recalling the dusty streets filled with hope, laughter, and despair that lay beyond the marble columns. In fleeting moments of solitude, he contemplated the risk of action versus inaction. Would today's decisions forge a path to change, or entrench him further in the Senate's age-old corruption? Empathy guided Lucius as he walked through the crowded forum, the heart of Rome, where the air thrummed with the pulse of discontent. Citizens cried out for justice, their voices woven together in a tapestry of frustration and hope. Each face he encountered reflected the struggles of the plebeians, their daily battles against hunger and poverty, stark against the backdrop of the Senate's opulence. Inspired, Lucius approached a group of weary laborers, listening intently to their grievances. Their tales of hardship ignited a fire within him, fueling his resolve to push for reforms. He felt the weight of their expectations, a mixture of hope and desperation resting on his shoulders. As he spoke to them, weaving promises into his words, the connection transcended mere political duty. It became a heartfelt call to action. Lucius recognized that true leadership lay not just in governance, but in understanding and uplifting those who had long been silenced. As dusk settled over Rome, Lucius wandered through the bustling streets, his mind heavy with the day's burdens. The aroma of fresh bread and roasted meats wafted through the air, mingling with the laughter of children playing nearby. It was a bittersweet reminder of the lives he sought to uplift. He stopped at an open-air market, where vendors called out to passers-by, their voices filled with warmth, yet underscored by frustration. Among them, Lucius noticed a mother cradling her sick child, her eyes reflecting desperation and resilience. In that moment, he felt a surge of compassion. With determination, he approached her, offering both comfort and promises of aid. Lucius realized that true leadership lay not in grand proclamations, but in the quiet acts of kindness that rippled through the community. As he left the market, he felt renewed. Each small act was a step toward transforming Rome, and he would not waver in his resolve. As shadows lengthened over Rome, Lucius reclined in his study, the flickering oil lamp casting a soft glow on parchment strewn across his desk. The weight of leadership had turned into an emotional burden, gnawing at him with relentless fervor. Aurelia's recent counsel echoed in his mind, reminding him that transparency could be his greatest ally. She had urged him to forge connections beyond the Senate walls, to cultivate a grassroots movement that would unify the citizens behind his cause. Now, as he gazed out over the bustling forum, he contemplated the faces of the plebeians, their hopes, their struggles, and the power waiting to be harnessed. Lucius knew reform required not just eloquence, but empathy. With renewed determination coursing through his veins, he set quill to parchment, crafting a heartfelt letter addressed to his friends and allies, outlining an urgent call to action. A collective voice would drown out the whispers of dissent, igniting a spirit of change throughout Rome. The Senate chambers buzzed with the promise of change, but Lucius felt the weight of impending discord pressing heavily upon his shoulders. He gathered with his closest allies, discussing strategies to gain further traction for his reform proposals. The atmosphere was thick with apprehension, as eyes darted between whispered conversations and glances exchanged among the senators. Varro's shadow loomed large, his influence palpable, threatening to unravel the tenuous alliances Lucius had worked tirelessly to forge. "Every gain we've made could be lost in an instant," Aurelia warned, her voice steady despite the tension. "We must stay vigilant, adapt to their ploys." Lucius nodded, absorbing her sage advice. He understood that every move in this intricate game of power required precision and foresight. As plans took shape around the flickering candlelight, the gravity of his mission crystallized. The fate of Rome rested upon their shoulders, and failure was not an option. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the bustling heart of the forum, the air thick with the scent of fresh bread and the vibrant sounds of street vendors announcing their wares. The assembly of common people, faces furrowed with worry and curiosity, gathered around him like moths to a flame. Today, he would speak not just as a senator, but as a champion of their hopes. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his hand, silencing the crowd. "My friends," he began, his voice steady and compelling, "the Senate has often forgotten its true purpose, to serve you, the lifeblood of Rome." He felt the pulse of their anticipation. His eyes swept over their eager faces, igniting within him a profound sense of responsibility. With each word he painted a vision of reform, land redistribution, better rights for the plebeians, and a vow to combat corruption, their response swelling into a chorus of approval. In that moment, unity blossomed, and Lucius felt the weight of change stirring in the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forum, Lucius sensed the shifting currents of politics around him. Whispers of discontent filled the air, intensifying with every gathering of the citizens. The mood among the plebeians, once hopeful, now simmered with frustration, ignited by the relentless grip of corruption within the Senate. Lucius walked through the crowded streets, listening intently to their grievances, feeling the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. Each face told a story of struggle, a testament to the widening chasm between the powerful and the powerless. He paused to speak with a group of artisans, their voices rising above the clamor, pleading for reforms that would address their plight. Their passionate outcry fueled his determination. It was clear that the time for action was approaching, and Lucius vowed silently to channel their anger into a force for change within the chambers of power. As Lucius stood on the marble steps of the Senate, the chatter of senators swirled around him, creating a cacophony of ambition and rivalry. A strategic plan hung in the air, thick with the promise of reform. Today marked a turning point, one that could alter the fate of the Republic. He had spent countless nights poring over scrolls and reports, weaving together the threads of his vision, a proposal to address the growing disparities between patricians and plebeians. With a steadying breath, he summoned his allies, each representing a faction within the Senate. Their faces were a reflection of the society he sought to mend, each one crucial to rallying support. As Lucius outlined the contours of his proposal, hope flickered in their eyes, igniting the quiet fervor that had been dampened by years of stagnation. United under a common goal, they felt the weight of anticipation settle in. Today, they would not just aspire for change, they would demand it. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood in the Senate chamber, the air thick with tension as he faced the assembly of senators, each representing an intricate web of loyalty and ambition. Drawing a deep breath, he invoked the stirring rhetoric of past orators, their voices echoing in his mind as he prepared to speak. The stakes were higher than ever. The cries of citizens clamoring for reform weighed heavily on him. With fervor, he articulated his vision for a Rome that embraced equality, dignity, and opportunity for all citizens, drawing applause from the younger senators and murmurs of dissent from the entrenched patricians. Each word was a carefully aimed arrow at the heart of the corruption pervasive among his peers. As he concluded his speech, Lucius sensed the shift in the room. Resolve solidified in some, while fear darkened the faces of others. The tide was turning, and he felt the pulse of change in the very stones of the Senate. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus entered the Senate chamber, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Senators whispered behind closed fists, their intentions masked by polite smiles. Yet beneath the surface, an undercurrent of treachery swirled, threatening to engulf him. He could feel it, a restless energy in the air, like an impending storm. Knowing that what he said today could either cement his allies or deepen their distrust, he took a slow breath to steady himself. A nearby faction, loyal to Gaius Varro, exchanged furtive glances. Lucius's heart raced as he deciphered their whispers. Discussions of sabotage, of maneuvering within the shadows of politics to undermine his increasingly popular reforms. With a steady resolve, he decided it was time to unveil the truth. The unspoken threat lurking in the Senate wouldn't deter him. And so, Lucius prepared to speak, the weight of Rome's future resting not only on his shoulders but also in his eloquence, a rallying call that could unite the divided. Lucius paced the Senate chamber, the weight of impending decisions pressing down like the midday sun. As he focused on the emotions simmering among his fellow senators, he caught whispers of discontent and ambition that tangled the air with palpable tension. The voices of the plebeians rang in his ears, a constant reminder of the very reforms he aimed to champion. He found himself questioning the motivations behind each senator's stance, parsing through layers of feigned loyalty and secret agendas. At that moment, Lucius knew he had to connect the dots, unravel the intricate threads of deception entwining them all. As he rose to speak, the words flowed with newfound clarity. The Senate, he realized, was not merely a house of power. It was a microcosm of all Roman society, reflecting a fragile balance between truth and ambition. His resolve strengthened. He was ready to confront the shadows that threatened to engulf the Senate and, in turn, Rome itself. Amidst the tension of the Senate chamber, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He stood at a crossroads, having witnessed the deep divisions that threatened to tear apart both the Senate and the very fabric of Roman society. It was in this tumultuous environment that he understood the true power of unity, realizing that a collective front among senators could forge pathways toward reform. Committed to bridging the growing divide, Lucius organized a meeting with both allies and adversaries, urging them to set aside their differences for a moment, to focus on a common goal, the welfare of the plebeians. As he addressed the assembly, his voice resonated with hope, emphasizing the shared responsibility they held as leaders of Rome. The atmosphere shifted gradually, tentative but promising, as echoes of agreement began to ripple through the gathered senators, rekindling a flicker of hope amidst the shadows of ambition. Lucius stood in the Senate chamber, where heated discussions about a potential military action filled the air. The senators debated passionately, their voices rising and colliding like clashing swords. Lucius felt the weight of responsibility pressing on his shoulders. His thoughts raced as he contemplated the implications of war. He understood that the military's allegiance was vital to political stability, yet the thought of dragging Roman soldiers into a conflict for the sake of political maneuvering appalled him. As he listened to the arguments, he could see both sides, those advocating for military might to curb external threats, and others warning against the potential loss of life and resources. Each perspective tugged at the core of his values. Drawing a deep breath, Lucius resolved to find a path that would prioritize peace and preserve the integrity of Rome. His heart ached for the soldiers awaiting orders, and he knew he had to steer the Senate toward a decision that would protect not just the city's power, but its very soul. The air in the Senate chamber was thick with tension as Lucius prepared for a critical session. Whispers of dissent circulated like shadows, and the weight of decisions felt heavier than ever. Varro's relentless push for his corrupt agendas loomed large, threatening to overshadow Lucius's vision for reform. As he watched his fellow senators fidget with their scrolls and glances, he noted the fear etched in their faces. Yet within him burned a flicker of determination. Today was not the day for retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lucius stepped forward, ready to address the assembly. His mind raced through the consequences of inaction and the cries of the people who yearned for change. He recalled the vibrant energy of the streets, where commoners rallied for their voices to be heard. With resolve fueling his words, he vowed to stand firm against the tide, beckoning a new dawn of unity and progress. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before his peers in the Senate, the air crackled with tension. Each senator wore the visage of conviction or disdain, with Gaius Varro's scornful sneer lingering prominently in his mind. The afternoon sun streamed through the grand columns, casting elongated shadows that mirrored the undercurrents of deceit swirling within the chamber. Varro, once a familiar name, now felt like the embodiment of the corrupt status quo Lucius sought to dismantle. Unsheathing his resolve, Lucius recalled the voices of the plebeians clamoring for change, their hopes resting on promises yet unfulfilled. He remained steadfast in his vision for reform, determined to rally undecided senators to his cause. Lucius initiated a call for unity, passionately arguing that Rome's future depended on dismantling the chains of apathy. As he spoke, he could sense the invisible division solidify. Many were swayed, but others would fiercely resist the tide of change. Lucius stood in the dimly lit chamber, flanked by his closest allies, grappling with the weight of fractured friendships that had once felt unshakable. The tension between ambition and loyalty simmered just beneath the surface, threatening to spill over at any moment. Conversations from the recent Senate sessions replayed in his mind, echoing warnings of impending betrayal and the perils of misplaced trust. As he surveyed his companions, he sensed a palpable hesitation, a cautiousness that had been birthed from previous encounters. The urgency of the moment grew heavier, with the Senate's future at stake. Lucius realized that the tides had shifted, firm support had turned to doubt. He had to address these divisions head-on, revitalizing the spirit of unity that once bonded them. "We must stand together," he urged, his voice steady. "Our fight for reform demands strength, not division." Determined, Lucius prepared to navigate the intricate landscape of loyalty that had become increasingly treacherous. As Lucius walked through the Senate chambers, the air felt charged with anticipation. He had spent countless hours piecing together the conflicting agendas of his fellow senators, revealing an intricate tapestry of hidden motives woven into the very fabric of their discussions. Each gathering grew increasingly fragmented, layered with unspoken alliances and treachery. Lucius knew that uncovering these truths could either secure his place as a reformist hero or lead to his ultimate downfall. Taking a deep breath, he leaned on Aurelia's wisdom. She had always urged him to trust his instincts. With a growing resolve, he aimed to expose the self-serving interests overshadowing the common good. While he plotted to align the idealists within the Senate, he also understood that he must tread carefully. The stakes were rising, and time was running out. Lucius envisioned a path forward, one that could unite the disparate factions, but achieving this would demand unwavering courage and cunning. As the session in the Senate dragged on, Lucius felt the weight of the debates pressing down on him like the Roman sun in midsummer. The air crackled with tension, each senator clutching their scrolls as if they held the fate of Rome itself. For weeks, he had worked tirelessly to articulate a vision that united patricians and plebeians alike, a vision that suggested reform without tearing apart the very fabric of tradition. Lucius knew the timing was perilous, as Varro's increasingly vocal opposition threatened to unravel any fragile alliances he had forged. Yet, amid the turmoil, whispers of change began to spark among the commoners outside the Senate's gates. Encouraged by newfound hope, they were demanding a voice in their governance, reminding Lucius that dwindling patience could give birth to a tide of discontent strong enough to wash over the Senate itself. As the voices of the people echoed in his mind, determination surged within him. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus settled into his chambers late one evening, the weight of the day pressed heavily upon him. He reflected on the myriad choices he had made, each laden with implications far beyond his own ambitions. The Senate's atmosphere had shifted. Whispers of dissent permeated the air, fueling his apprehension. He had witnessed firsthand the consequences of betrayal and the ever-thickening divide between ideals and reality. Each decision now felt like an insurmountable tide, one that could sweep away his aspirations if not navigated carefully. In the silence, Lucius grasped a truth that had begun to crystallize within him. Every noble pursuit inevitably entailed sacrifice. Drawing breath, he resolved to embrace these challenges, knowing that only through confronting the shadows could he hope to let the light of reform shine upon Rome. With renewed determination, he prepared for the fight ahead, resolute in his belief that the future belonged to those brave enough to seize it. The air in the Senate chamber was thick with tension as Lucius observed the growing divide among his fellow senators. Whispers of dissent grew louder, fueled by the mounting discontent among the populace. As he sat in silence, he could feel the weight of their expectations pressing down on him, urging him to act. Lucius knew that the voices of the common people had to resonate within these walls. Their hopes and frustrations could no longer be dismissed. Determined to bridge the chasm between patricians and plebeians, he began crafting a speech that would not only address the grievances, but also inspire unity among the factions. Each word he penned was steeped in conviction, reflecting the urgency of the moment. The streets outside echoed with a chorus of determination, a reminder that he was their chosen representative. As he prepared to rise amidst the clamor of conflicting ideologies, the heart of Rome seemed to beat in sync with his renewed resolve. The Senate convened in an atmosphere thick with tension, the weight of anticipation palpable as senators took their seats. Lucius Valerius Marcellus could feel the ire radiating from Gaius Varro, who sat across the chamber with a sneer that spoke volumes. Today's discussions would determine the fate of the proposed reforms, a lifeline for the struggling plebeians, whom Lucius had fought tirelessly to advocate for. Murmurs of discontent filtered through the ranks, and he sensed that the time for decisive action had come. As the session commenced, Lucius rose, his heart pounding, and addressed the assembly with unwavering conviction. Each word was carefully crafted, laced with urgency and hope, as he recounted the appalling conditions faced by the common people. The echo of his voice filled the chamber, resonating with the fears and aspirations that dwelled within every citizen's heart. It was a moment poised on a knife's edge, the outcome uncertain, Yet Lucius was determined to seize the opportunity to sway his peers. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of Rome. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus made his way through the Forum, he felt the weight of uncertainty press upon him like the heavy mantle of his senatorial toga. The echo of distant protests rattled the air, a chorus of voices rising in anger and desperation. Each shout reminded him of the growing unrest simmering just beneath the surface of the city he loved. His heart ached for the common citizens, their struggles a stark contrast to the opulence that adorned the Senate's chambers. In that moment, he understood the profound responsibility on his shoulders, to be their voice among the whispers of power-drunk senators entrenched in the status quo. Lucius paused, taking in the fervor surrounding him, a flicker of resolve igniting within. He vowed to transform their pain into action, stepping boldly into the darkness of political intrigue that awaited him. As the Senate convened, Lucius felt the weight of anticipation pressing heavily on his shoulders. The walls, once echoing with joyous discourse, now reverberated with tension, as senators aligned themselves along familiar lines of division. The debates were laden with unease. Whispers of betrayal drifted like specters among the chambers. As he took his seat, Lucius surveyed his colleagues, noting the murmur of dissent that had become their common tongue. Each face bore the scars of ideological wars fought over the years, alliances forged and broken like fragile glass. Varro, with his practiced swagger, commanded attention as he spun tales of impending doom should reform be enacted. But Lucius remained resolute. He could almost hear the cries of the plebeians beyond the marble walls, voices yearning for justice and representation. In that moment he understood. Their struggles fueled his purpose. This was not merely a fight for power, it was a battle for the soul of Rome. As Lucius stood in the grand forum, the weight of discontent hung thick in the air, pulsing like a heartbeat among the throngs of citizens. Their faces flickered with a mixture of hope and resentment, an intricate tapestry of long-suffered grievances. He sensed a chorus of voices stirring, their quiet murmurs growing into calls for change. For weeks he had unsheathed his passion in speeches on reforms aimed at agriculture, public welfare, and legal equity, but it felt like casting stones into a stormy sea. The echoes of his words resonated less within the marble columns and more within the hearts of the common people. Lucius knew that attending to their needs was paramount. Tonight, he would gather supporters and listen to their dreams and fears, forging a path forward in a society that teetered on the brink. With resolve, he set his course, determined to weave their aspirations into the very fabric of Roman legislation. Lucius stood at the threshold of the Senate, weighing the recent debates that had erupted over proposed reforms. Whispers of dissent had been brewing for days, fueled by Varro's calculated maneuvering. The tension among the senators was palpable, rippling like a storm ready to break. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions," he reminded himself, drawing strength from his convictions. As he made his way to the debate floor, Lucius recalled the fervent cries of the plebeians echoing in his mind, urging him to fight for their rights. With each step, his resolve strengthened. He knew that the time for decision was now. He would find a way to unite fractured alliances for the sake of the people. Just as he took his place amidst the esteemed assembly, he caught a glimpse of Aurelia leaning against a pillar, her eyes steady. In that moment, he understood the weight of leadership, a burden he was determined to bear for the future of Rome. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before his expansive villa, he felt the weight of the impending storm gather in the air. The political battles he had engaged in recently gnawed at him. The price of his convictions rested heavily on his shoulders. Each choice he made rippled through the Senate, creating alliances and unearthing betrayals. He turned his gaze to the bustling marketplace, where citizens sought remnants of hope amid their struggles. They needed his guidance, yet he wrestled with haunting doubts. Would his pursuit of reform indeed uplift their lives, or would it tarnish his legacy? A deep breath filled his lungs as he stilled his racing thoughts. In that moment of introspection, he resolved to push forward, embracing the relentless tide of change. Failure was not an option. An invigorated spirit surged within him, rekindling the fire of ambition that had driven him since his youth. Today, More than ever, he understood the stakes of his role. As Lucius stood before the Senate, the stark reality of his position pressed heavily upon him. Moments before, he had gathered his allies, their expressions tense yet resolute, as they discussed the implications of their recent actions. The prevailing winds of discontent among the populace had finally reached a crescendo. The call for reform could no longer be ignored, yet it came with risks that echoed through the marble halls of power. Every choice he had made weighed on his conscience, each one a potential step toward either salvation or disaster. His mind wandered to the streets of Rome, where the voices of the common people clamored for change, igniting a flicker of hope within him. In that moment, Lucius recognized that the cost of inaction would mean more than mere failure. It would be a betrayal of those he sought to protect. This realization fueled his resolve, propelling him forward into the unpredictable chaos of the Senate. As the sun dipped low in the Roman sky, casting long shadows across the Forum, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt the pulse of the city quicken beneath his feet. The recent waves of dissent had ignited a fire within him, compelling him to rise as an advocate for his constituents. In the heart of bustling markets and amidst the murmurs of citizens, he sensed a renewed hope brewing among the common people. The weight of their expectations pressed heavily on his shoulders, yet it inspired a resolute determination to push for significant reforms. Lucius gathered his closest allies in a dimly lit villa, voices echoing against marble walls as they discussed urgent strategies. Each passionate speech galvanized them, reinforcing the fragile threads binding their coalition. The respect and loyalty among them felt electrifying, heightening the atmosphere of unity. In that moment, he realized that the tides were shifting. They had become a movement, ready to challenge the complacency entrenched in the Senate. The atmosphere in the Senate had thickened with tension, as rumors of Lucius's reforms began to circulate among the patricians. Whispers of dissent flitted through the marble pillars, echoing between senators who clung to the status quo. Despite the pressure surrounding him, Lucius rallied a group of allies, gathering in a secluded corner of the Forum. The air was charged with a palpable energy, each senator aware that they stood on the precipice of historical change. As they strategized, Lucius emphasized the urgent need for unity among reformist voices. "We must present a united front," he urged, his voice steady yet fervent. "The people are counting on us." Encouraged by his passion, the senators forged a pact, weaving their individual ambitions into a collective purpose. Their discussions expanded beyond politics, touching upon the very essence of Roman identity, one that could no longer ignore the cries for justice from the streets. Lucius felt hope flickering, igniting a determination to rise against the shadows of corruption that loomed ever closer. The weight of loyalty bore down on Lucius Valerius Marcellus as whispers of dissent echoed through the Senate halls. Rumors of betrayal enveloped the chamber, swirling like dark clouds threatening a storm. With each passing hour, bonds once considered unshakable seemed to fray. Lucius found himself grappling with the betrayal of a trusted aide, whose loyalty had crumbled under the pressures of political intrigue. Deeply unsettled, he recalled the promises made to his constituents, the pledges of reform that had ignited his passion for public service. Desperation and resolve pulsed through him as he recognized the need to confront these shifting allegiances. In this crucible of political machinations, Lucius steeled himself, knowing that trust would once again become both a shield and a weapon in his quest for change. Determined to navigate the shadows threatening his reforms, he prepared to rally his allies and expose the treachery that lurked within the heart of Rome. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stepped into the Forum, the pulse of Rome reverberating around him. Citizens gathered, their faces etched with impatience and hope, each voice contributing to a symphony of unrest. He felt the weight of their expectations pressing on his shoulders, reminiscent of the burden of his patrician lineage, yet invigorating in its urgency. As he greeted familiar faces, he sensed their yearning for tangible change, an echo of his own convictions. Conversations swirled around grain shortages and political betrayals, intertwining personal stories with the larger narrative of suffering. Lucius listened intently, absorbing their frustrations and aspirations, the air charged with energy. His resolve hardened, their struggles would not be in vain. This was no longer just about reform in the Senate. It was about uniting the fractured spirit of Rome. As the sun set behind the ancient columns, he felt a surge of purpose, the promise of a new chapter igniting within him. Lucius stood at the dusty entrance of the Senate, the weight of the day pressing upon him. The earlier meeting had ignited a spark among his allies, who gathered fervor around the rallying cry for reform. They shared stories of their constituents' struggles, tales of hunger and hardship echoing through the marble halls, reverberating like a distant battle cry. As he listened, Lucius felt the power of collective ambition surge within him. He envisioned a Rome where the voices of the plebeians were not drowned out by the opulence of the patricians. With renewed determination, he gathered his allies in a secluded corner of the forum, where whispers of hope fluttered like leaves caught in the autumn breeze. Together, they sketched a plan, envisioning laws that would uplift the common man, intertwining their destinies with the hope of a brighter future. As shadows deepened around them, the flicker of unity illuminated the path ahead. Lucius stood amidst the bustling Senate chambers, contemplating the ancient Roman notion of honor. The air was thick with tension as senators debated fiercely, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of ideals and ambitions. Honor, he mused, was not merely the sheen of nobility, but the embodiment of a commitment to serve the people's welfare. He recalled his father's stern principles, instilling a sense of duty in Lucius since childhood. Yet, in the face of both political treachery and personal ambition, the meaning of honor felt more elusive than ever. As he listened to his peers, he recognized how many twisted their words and actions to fit a self-serving narrative. Determined to forge a path that resonated with his vision for Rome, he raised his voice, calling for integrity amidst disarray. The echoes of his plea resonated, instilling a flicker of hope that perhaps true honor could still find its way through the shadows of betrayal. The grand hall of the Senate buzzed with excitement as senators gathered to discuss the recent reforms. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. He had prepared meticulously for this moment, aware that his words could either ignite the flames of progress or douse them completely. As he stood before his peers, he was struck by the stark divisions that had become all too evident. The fervent supporters of traditionalism on one side, and the hopeful reformers, including himself, on the other. He spoke eloquently about the plight of the common people, weaving stories of their struggles into a powerful narrative that demanded attention and action. The words flowed from him like the Tiber's waters, strong, unwavering, and relentless. The murmurs from the chamber transformed into rapt attention, and Lucius could feel the energy shift. It was a moment of transformation, a display of unity and purpose amidst the cacophony of politics, offering a glimmer of hope for Rome's future. As Lucius settled into the Senate chamber, an uneasy air enveloped the room. Whispers of dissent swept through the ranks like the rustling of leaves before a storm. The rift between him and Gaius Varro had widened, and every glance exchanged carried the weight of unspoken rivalry. A cloud of unease lingered, thickened by the ambiguity of allegiances and the veiled strategies at play. With each debate, Lucius navigated the intricate game of politics, relying on his instincts as he prepared for the upcoming vote on his reform proposal. His heart raced, torn between the determination to forge a path for the plebeians and the tyranny of fear that gripped many senators, fear of Varro's retaliation. Yet amid the tension, he sensed the longing for change flickering within the chamber, galvanizing some senators to rally behind him. Today, Lucius would have to prove that courage could defy even the most entrenched interests in Rome. The air in the Senate grew thick with anticipation as Lucius Valerius Marcellus prepared for another pivotal moment. The previous days had unfolded like a tapestry of shifting loyalties and rising tensions. As he approached the grand chamber, the echoes of whispered warnings haunted him, each footstep marking the weight of expectations carried by his shoulders. The proposition of reforms loomed ahead, promising both hope and chaos. In the flickering candlelight, he spied familiar faces, some supportive, others shrouded in contempt. Each senator appeared as an embodiment of their own allegiances, their true intentions cloaked in a veneer of decorum. Lucius braced himself, drawing strength from the voices of the ordinary citizens who had rallied behind his cause. They were the forgotten ones, echoing needs for change that resonated deeply within him. Nerves simmered, yet a sense of fortitude ignited as he prepared to speak, the fate of Rome hanging in the balance. As the Senate convened for the decisive vote on Lucius's reform proposals, an electric atmosphere filled the grand chamber. Senators shuffled nervously in their seats, whispers cascading through the air like leaves in an autumn breeze. Lucius, acutely aware of the weight resting upon his shoulders, recalled the faces of the common people whose hopes hung in the balance. Determined to speak for them, he rose, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him. Before he could utter a word, Gaius Varro, with a sardonic smile, questioned the legitimacy of Lucius's vision. The room erupted in murmurs, tension palpable. Lucius took a deep breath, grounding himself in the principles he cherished. As he began to outline the necessity of reform, drawing from his discussions with constituents, Lucius felt a surge of purpose, realizing that this crucial moment was not just about politics, but the soul of Rome itself. Lucius paced the marble hallways of the Senate, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. The decisive vote loomed like a storm cloud, threatening to unleash chaos that could reshape the very fabric of Rome. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, each senator's gaze a reminder of their expectations. As whispers of dissent echoed through the chamber, Lucius felt a flicker of doubt. Had he rallied enough support to combat Varro's relentless campaign to maintain the status quo? Moments before the session began, Lucius stole a breath, reflecting on his journey. He envisioned the faces of the common people, their hopes resting squarely on his shoulders. Determination surged within him, a resolve to confront the challenges ahead. This was not merely a battle for reform, it was a fight for the soul of the Republic itself. With one last glance at his allies, Lucius stepped into the Senate chamber, ready to stake his claim for a better future. Lucius stood at the center of the Senate chamber, the weight of anticipation pressing on his shoulders as the session approached its pinnacle. Senators whispered, their murmurs a cacophony of doubt and ambition. He cleared his throat, preparing to articulate the ideals that had driven him into politics. Each word he crafted felt like a beacon meant to pierce through the fabric of corruption that choked Rome. His heart raced, not just for his own future, but for the thousands whose hopes rested on this pivotal moment. As he began to speak, his voice soared over the clamor, weaving together vivid narratives of the common people and their struggles. His passion ignited a spark among some senators, while others shifted uneasily, recognizing the challenge he posed to their entrenched power. In this charged atmosphere, Lucius could sense the turning tide. He was no longer just a voice among many. He was a catalyst for change, daring to confront the status quo. In the heart of the Senate chamber, the atmosphere crackled with tension as Lucius prepared to face his rivals. The air thickened with anticipation. Murmurs of dissent swirled like a dark cloud overhead, threatening to engulf his hopes for reform. Lucius rose to address the assembly, recognizing that this moment could redefine his legacy. With every eye upon him, he spoke passionately about the plight of the plebeians and the urgent need for change. His words flowed with conviction, painting a vivid picture of a Rome united against corruption and inequality. Yet the echoes of his rivals' jeers were a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked around him. Varro, lurking in the shadows, sneered, ready to capitalize on any misstep. Determination surged within Lucius. He knew that today he didn't just speak for himself, but for all those who had placed their hopes in his hands. Amid the tumultuous atmosphere of the Senate, Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before his peers, acutely aware of the magnitude of the moment. The air brimmed with tension as senators exchanged glances filled with suspicion and ambition. He felt the weight of the impending decision pressing down upon him, each heartbeat syncing with the fervent thrum of anticipation echoing through the chamber. Lucius took a deep breath, recalling the promise he made to the people of Rome, their hopes intertwined with his own aspirations. As he prepared his speech, he could see the divided lines painted across the room, loyalties shifted and alliances precarious. This was not just a vote, it was a reckoning, a potential shift in the very fabric of the Republic. With his thoughts steeled, he stepped forward, ready to pour forth his vision of reform that could not only reshape his legacy, but also give voice to those who had long been silenced. Lucius paced the marble halls of the Senate, acutely aware of the whispers surrounding him. The air was thick with anticipation, each senator's gaze heavy with judgment. The vote was drawing closer, and Lucius felt the weight of expectation upon his shoulders. He had promised his constituents reform, a glimmer of hope amidst their struggles, yet doubts crept in. The paths he had chosen were fraught with danger, and betrayal lurked in the shadows of the Senate chambers. In private moments he recalled the faces of the common people, their thirst for change inspiring him. Their fervent hope fueled his resolve, reminding him that his ambitions must serve the greater good. He thought of Aurelia, her steady guidance grounding him, and of Livia, whose connection to Varro complicated his heart. With deep breaths, he summoned his courage, reminding himself that he stood not just for himself, but for every Roman yearning for justice. The time for action was now. Lucius stood at the balcony of his villa, the fading sunlight casting long shadows over the bustling streets of Rome. The echoes of his father's stern words resonated in his mind, amplifying the weight of their family legacy. They had always valued tradition, yet Lucius felt the pulse of change coursing through the city like a rushing river. He imagined the faces of the plebeians, their hopes and dreams swirling together in the air, colliding with the unyielding walls of the Senate filled with snide whispers and disdain. As twilight enveloped the city, he sought solace in thought. Could he truly balance his desires for reform with the expectations of his father? Stepping away from the edge, Lucius met Aurelia in the garden, her eyes sharp with understanding. "You ponder too much," she noted, a soft smile breaking the tension on his forehead. "The heart knows what it wants, even when the mind hesitates." Their discussion deepened into the essence of duty, urging him to dare more than mere political maneuvering. The weight of his choices pressed heavily upon Lucius as he stood before the assembled senators, grappling with the enormity of the impending trial. Whispers swirled around him, a cacophony of doubts and fears that threatened to drown out his resolve. He felt the eyes of the Senate upon him, judging not only his actions, but his very character. Lucius clenched his fists, recalling the promises he had made to the plebeians, their hopes now intertwined with his fate. He had always sworn to defend the rights of the forgotten, yet here he was, embroiled in a scandal that could unravel everything. As the room fell silent, Lucius inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to speak. He knew that this moment could either mark his downfall or fortify his legacy. With a heart steeped in determination, he prepared to confront the assembled elite, ready to uphold his integrity at all costs, or risk it all for the truth. The Senate chamber buzzed with palpable tension as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before his colleagues, ready to defend his actions. Whispers swirled, accusations of betrayal and corruption casting shadows over his reputation. In that moment, he could feel the weight of judgment pressing upon him, every eye fixed, every breath held. As he began to speak, his voice resonated with conviction, drawing from the depths of his belief in reform and the welfare of the common people. He articulated his vision, the necessity of change, and the moral imperative that drove his choices. Each word was a carefully crafted rebuttal, aiming to bridge the chasm forged between him and his adversaries. As the debate raged on, Lucius realized that his fate hinged not just on the approval of the Senate, but on the trust of the citizens he vowed to serve. In this crucible of truth, clarity emerged, revealing the essence of his journey. The Senate chamber thrummed with tension as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before his fellow senators, the weight of his ideals pressing heavily on his shoulders. Today's session was crucial. The whispers of dissent had crescendoed into palpable unease among the ranks. As he looked out over the sea of faces, some weary and others resolute, he felt a surge of determination. "Honorable colleagues," he began, his voice pitched to capture their attention, "we stand at a crossroads in our noble republic. Our choices today will echo through the annals of history." The tensions of past debates hung thick in the air, sharpened by the polarizing nature of impending reforms. Lucius urged them to remember their duty to the people, whose hopes flickered like lanterns in the dark. As he spoke, a subtle realization dawned upon him. The path to enduring change lay not just in conviction, but in forging the trust and unity that could bind them amidst uncertainty. The aftermath of Lucius's bold reforms rippled through Rome, the weight of citizen discontent heavy in the air. Each day, his fellow senators became increasingly divided. Loyalty and betrayal danced dangerously close. Whispers of discontent grew louder, igniting protests in the streets as commoners demanded what they believed was rightfully theirs. Lucius watched as frustration morphed into rage, the cries of the people echoing through the forum, drowning out the usual tranquility of civic life. He felt a mix of dread and determination. The path forward seemed marred with strife and uncertainty. Facing those whom he once regarded as allies, he knew he had to tread carefully. As he stepped into the Senate chamber, the anxious energy prickled his skin, and the stares of his adversaries weighed heavily upon him. Would he be able to harness the fervor of the people, or would the tension spiral into chaos that could consume all he held dear? The night was thick with anticipation as Lucius paced his villa, the flickering torches casting shadows that danced on the walls. The consequences of the recent Senate vote weighed heavily on his shoulders. His reforms, his vision for a more just Rome, had stirred both hope and deep-seated fears among the elite. He understood that the time for action was now, yet doubts gnawed at him. What would true unity look like, he wondered? Outside, the whispers of the people grew louder, a chorus of voices demanding change, their hopes and dreams echoing through the streets like a haunting melody. His thoughts were interrupted by Aurelia's entrance, her expression resolute despite the chaos brewing outside. "Now is the time to embrace our collective strength, Lucius," she encouraged, her presence a steady anchor amid the storm of uncertainty. With renewed determination, Lucius grasped the mantle of leadership, ready to turn the tide of revolution into a hopeful future for all of Rome. Lucius stood in the shadow of the Senate chamber, grappling with the weight of his recent decisions. The echoes of laughter from the bustling forum seemed a world away as the respect once held for him began to unravel. After the vote, whispers of discontent rippled through the city, stirring protests among the citizens. Anger simmered just beneath the surface, questioning his integrity and resolve. In the quiet of his villa, he reflected on the promises he made to the people, memories of his impassioned speeches resonating in his mind. Was he still the voice of hope he claimed to be? Juggling his principles against a backdrop of betrayal, he began to realize the high costs of leadership. With genuine urgency fueling his spirit, Lucius resolved to confront the growing dissent. Rebelling against his doubts, he understood that to truly lead Rome toward reform, he must overcome the shadows of his own making. The heavy aroma of incense filled the darkened room as Lucius Valerius Marcellus sat in clandestine discussion with his trusted allies. The flickering flames of oil lamps created dancing shadows on the stone walls, each flicker hinting at the treachery swirling just outside. He gestured passionately, outlining the urgent need for unity among senators in light of Gaius Varro's relentless campaign against him and his reforms. Whispers of discontent had reached a crescendo. The people were demanding change, their hopes pinned on the Senate's ability to deliver justice over corruption. As he spoke, each word was weighted with the anticipation of what was at stake. The room, filled with solemn faces, nodded in agreement, their sympathies aligning with his vision. Lucius felt the fiery resolve within him stoke the flames of rebellion. Their collective courage was palpable, and for a fleeting moment, he believed they might seize the chance to reshape Rome's destiny together, even in the face of looming danger. The pressure within the Senate chambers reached a boiling point, as the echoes of heated debates reverberated off the marble walls. Lucius leaned forward, feeling the weight of ancestral expectations pressing down upon him, while glancing at Gaius Varro, who watched with a smirk of disdain. The atmosphere buzzed with whispers of reform and rebellion as alliances shifted like sand. Lucius recognized that the tides had turned. The common people were rising, their voices a cacophony of urgency that could no longer be ignored. He cleared his throat, drawing the attention of senators whose loyalty seemed as fragile as glass. In this crucible of truth, Lucius gathered his thoughts. Each word must be precise, crafted like the finest oratory, to sway not only the Senate but the hearts of Rome's citizens. The moment demanded conviction, a promise that echoed through the annals of history, solidifying the path toward true reform. Lucius stood before a gathering of senators, their faces a mix of stoic resolve and veiled apprehension. The air in the chamber was thick with anticipation, echoing the heightened stakes of their discussions. Recent protests had ignited a palpable energy among the populace, and Lucius knew that now was the time to rekindle faith in his vision for reform. As he stepped forward, he spoke passionately, emphasizing the common good over personal interests, urging unity in the face of adversity. The words flowed from him, a rallying cry against the tide of corruption that threatened to drown their ideals. In his heart, he felt the weight of responsibility. With each sentence, he aimed not just to persuade, but to ignite a spark of hope within those who had long dwelled in shadows. Would they rise with him, or remain tethered to the past? The answer hung in the balance, and Lucius was determined to find it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Senate chamber, Lucius pondered the weight of his responsibilities. The day had unfolded with unexpected revelations, laying bare the true intentions of those around him. Intense discussions had erupted, and allegiances he once took for granted now felt precarious. Unraveling the complexities of his fellow senators was no small feat, yet each interaction deepened his understanding of the labyrinthine ties that bound them to their ambitions. He recalled Aurelia's counsel, urging him to remain steadfast, even as disillusionment threatened to creep into his heart. Trust was a fragile commodity in the Senate, and as he looked across the chamber at Gaius Varro, he felt the tension simmering just beneath the surface. Their rivalry sharpened with every debate, but Lucius knew the importance of forging alliances if his vision for reform stood any chance. Then an idea sparked in his mind, a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. The air in the Senate chamber crackled with tension, a mixture of excitement and dread that gripped Lucius Valerius Marcellus. He could see the weary faces of his fellow senators, each one grappling with their own doubts and desires as the critical moment approached. With the weight of the upcoming vote resting heavily on his shoulders, Lucius felt an internal struggle unfurl within him, drawing his thoughts into the depths of his reformed ideals and the dark realities of power. Exhaling slowly, he reminded himself of those who had entrusted him with their hopes for a better Rome. The cause was greater than his ambition, and he knew that true change demanded sacrifice and courage. As the debates began, Lucius straightened his posture, channeling his resolve into a palpable force that would not only shape his destiny, but also the very fabric of the Senate. The time for action had come, and he was ready to defend the legacy he sought to build. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forum, Lucius felt the weight of looming decisions pressing heavily on his shoulders. He had spent the day traversing the bustling streets, listening to the voices of the plebeians, their hopes and fears intertwining in vivid tales of struggle. The people were weary of empty promises and longed for tangible change. Determined to bridge the ever-widening chasm between the Senate and the citizens, Lucius met with allies in a secluded garden behind his villa, a place where whispers of reform could grow without the scrutiny of prying eyes. "In unity lies our strength," he urged, his voice resolute. "We must align our principles with the shared dreams of the people." His allies nodded in agreement, the fire of purpose igniting within them. As they laid out strategies for the coming days, Lucius felt a spark of hope, a collective will that could challenge the entrenched traditions of their beloved Rome. Lucius stood at the heart of the Senate, a maelstrom of thoughts swirling within him as he contemplated the weight of his aspirations. The whispers of dissent filled the chamber, echoing the fears of those unwilling to embrace change. Yet, amid the clamor, he recognized the subtle movements of allies aligning with him, each one driven by a shared vision for Rome's future. In whispered conversations, he discovered common ground with senators who had once viewed him as a threat. They spoke of the burdens facing the plebeians, and a renewed sense of purpose ignited within Lucius. He pondered the strength of diverse principles uniting for a singular cause, allowing him to harness the potential of both the old guard and the reformers. As the debate intensified, Lucius felt the momentum shifting. Each argument presented was not merely rhetoric. It was a call to action, forging an opportunity for the change he had long fought for. A sudden shift in the Senate's atmosphere awakened Lucius Valerius Marcellus to the urgency of the moment. Whispers of dissent grew louder, echoing through the marble halls as the factions began to clash openly. Lucius knew that with each passing day, the stakes grew higher. Decisions made in haste could spiral Rome into chaos. He gathered his advisors, strategizing ways to solidify alliances and counteract Varro's increasingly aggressive tactics. Late-night discussions with Aurelia focused on unmasking the hidden agendas of his rivals, and together, they began to weave a plan to expose the corrupt dealings rampant within the Senate. Lucius felt the weight of responsibility pressing against his chest, each heartbeat resonating with the hope of the plebeians who had rallied behind him. As he stepped into the chamber, he prepared to champion their cause, knowing that the path forward demanded both courage and cunning. The tide was turning, and Lucius was ready to meet it head-on. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood in the bustling forum, surrounded by the vibrant pulse of his fellow citizens. It was here, amidst the animated discussions and the aromas of roasted figs and spiced wine, that he felt the weight of their hopes resting heavily on his shoulders. Whispers of impending reforms echoed in his mind, igniting a determination to amplify the voices of the silenced plebeians. He took a moment to listen intently as a group of workers articulated their grievances, their raw emotions igniting a fire within him. Each plea to address their suffering resonated deeply, urging him forward. Lucius felt a shift. He was no longer just a senator bound by tradition, but a vessel for change. As the sun warmed his back, illuminating the rich hues of marble and tapestry, he made a silent vow to forge alliances that would bridge the divides, kindling a spirit of unity that Rome desperately needed. Lucius stood on the balcony of his villa, the fading sun casting long shadows over the domes of Rome. He could feel the weight of recent events pressing against him like a heavy mantle. The loss of a trusted ally had shaken the very foundations of his reform movement, leaving him grappling with despair. Each name he had once uttered with confidence now felt like a reminder of vulnerabilities and the price of ambition. The cheers of his supporters seemed distant, muffled by his despondence. Yet, as the twilight deepened, a spark ignited within him. He recalled the promises he had made to the citizens of Rome, the hopes he had stirred in the hearts of the plebeians. Drawing strength from their unyielding spirit, Lucius resolved to channel his grief into renewed determination. With a firm heart, he summoned Aurelia, ready to strategize and galvanize their coalition, setting the stage for a resurgent fight for justice. As Lucius faced the Senate chamber, anxiety mounted like a tempest threatening to breach the walls. Whispers of distrust engendered a palpable tension among senators, fraying alliances that had once seemed steadfast. He surveyed the room, noticing the flickering eyes of his former allies, now veiled in caution, measuring risks against ideologies. The once solid friendships felt precarious, like brittle reeds swaying in the wind, as loyalty began to crumble under the weight of ambition and self-interest. Lucius, drawing from deep wells of resolve, prepared to reclaim the narrative and confront the storm brewing within the Senate. With every passing moment, he felt the urgency of their shared mission to reform governance for the benefit of the plebeians. Mustering his strength, he sought to remind each senator of their duty to the people, igniting the flames of camaraderie that could weather any political gale. The feelings of compassion and justice surged within him, propelling his plans forward amid the shadows of doubt. The sun dipped low over Rome, casting long shadows through the Senate corridors as Lucius prepared for the day's discussions. The atmosphere crackled with tension. A palpable mix of ambition and fear twined its way through the marble halls. As the pivotal votes approached, Lucius felt the weight of the moment. Gathering his allies, he moved to solidify their unity, intent on overcoming the myriad of factions that threatened to fracture their cause. Conversations revealed both heartfelt support and veiled skepticism among senators. He sensed the need for a delicate balance, forging agreements while addressing the diverse motivations that propelled each senator. A sudden knock at his chamber door interrupted his thoughts. It was Aurelia, her eyes gleaming with urgency. "The divisions grow, Lucius," she warned, her tone firm. We must present a united front, or all our efforts will amount to nothing." As their eyes met, a shared resolve ignited within them, a promise to fight for Rome's future, even when the odds seemed stacked against them. The sun cast long shadows across the Senate chamber as Lucius Valerius Marcellus faced his assembled colleagues, the air thick with tension. He felt the weight of the crisis pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. The recent shifts in alliances had created a fragile balance, one that he needed to foster if reform was ever to see the light of day. Deep breaths steadied him as he recalled his commitment to the common people, those voices clamoring for justice beyond the marble walls. Lucius approached his peers, articulating a vision of collaboration that echoed through the hall. He spoke of unity amidst diversity, urging patricians and plebeians to merge their ambitions for a greater Rome. Each word was imbued with hope, drawing nods and stony stares alike. Yet even as he stood resolute, a flicker of doubt nagged at him. Would they truly coalesce for the good of the Republic, or would old grudges reignite, plunging them deeper into division? Lucius stood in the shadowed corners of his villa, contemplating the swiftly changing dynamics surrounding him. The tensions between him and Varro were not just political, they were intimately woven into the fabric of his family's legacy. His father had always been a staunch supporter of tradition, often dismissing Lucius's reformist fervor as youthful folly. Yet, as Lucius paced the room, he felt the weight of generations pressing down on him. The political landscape was shifting, and with it, the ideals he had cherished since childhood were under siege. Seeking clarity, he approached his father in the early hours of the morning. "Father," Lucius began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within, "we must consider the needs of our people over the fears of our lineage." His father, taken aback yet intrigued, met his gaze, sensing an unfamiliar resolve. It was a conversation that could either bridge their divide or drive them further apart, a crucial moment for both their futures. As the echoes of discontent reverberated through the streets of Rome, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt the weight of his constituents' hopes resting upon his shoulders. The air was thick with anticipation as citizens rallied, their voices uniting in a fervor that demanded action against the entrenched powers of the Senate. Grit and determination surged within him. He understood the urgency of the moment. Lucius met with allies in dimly lit chambers, their faces reflecting both resolve and concern. Discussions flowed like the Tiber, weaving plans for reform that could alleviate the burdens faced by the plebeians. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, the reminders of why he entered politics crystallizing in his mind. Each voice added to the chorus of change, strengthening his conviction. With the sun casting long shadows across the forum, the spirit of the people ignited a fire within Lucius, propelling him forward on the tumultuous path toward justice and reform. Lucius wandered through the narrow streets of Rome, enveloped in the heavy air thick with tension and urgency. He had noticed the growing discontent among the plebeians, their voices rising like a tide against the patrician elite. As he approached a bustling marketplace, the cries of vendors mingled with whispers of reform, stirring hope among the citizens. Their faces reflected a mix of determination and desperation that struck a chord within him. He paused at a gathering where prominent citizens discussed the dire need for assistance, their frustration palpable. Lucius listened intently, absorbing their struggles and aspirations. Each story fueled his resolve, reinforcing his belief that change was imperative. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, he felt a profound connection bond him to the very people he sought to uplift. This moment crystallized his purpose, to wrestle power from those who clung to complacency and reshape Rome into a haven for all its citizens. The murmur of discontent in Rome reached a crescendo, echoing through the marble columns of the Senate. Lucius felt the weight of expectation pressing against his chest as he stood before the assembly, the shadows of his adversaries looming. They spoke of loyalty to tradition, but he could no longer ignore the cries of the people, hungry for change. His mind raced with memories of plebeians struggling to survive, their hopes crushed beneath the iron grip of power. As the senators bickered, Lucius saw before him a fracture that could either spell disaster or ignite a movement. He took a breath, steadying himself. Today was not merely a matter of votes, it was about the soul of Rome itself. With each word spoken in the chamber, he could feel the tide beginning to shift. If he were to embrace this moment, rallying support for reform, it would require more than ambition. It would demand courage and unwavering resolve. As night fell over Rome, Lucius felt the weight of uncertainty press against him. The echoes of prophecy lingered in his mind, the soothsayer's cryptic words haunting his thoughts like shadows trying to cast doubt on his resolve. Standing atop the forum steps, he gazed down at the flickering torches illuminating the bustling streets below, where plebeians voiced their hopes for reform. Their chants, full of fervor and desperation, intertwined with his own aspirations, igniting a fire within him. Tonight, he would meet with his allies, sharing strategies forged in mutual respect and shared ideals. The essence of unity felt alive, pulsing through the air as he considered their next steps. Yet lurking in the background were whispers of dissent, a reminder that loyalty could shift like the changing tides. As Lucius took a deep breath, he understood that the path forward would be fraught with danger, yet he was ready to confront the storm head-on. Lucius stood on the steps of the Senate, the weight of uncertainty pressing against him. Whispers of hope threaded through the air as citizens rallied in the streets below, their voices a symphony of longing for change. An overwhelming sense of purpose surged within him. This was no longer just a political struggle. It was a movement born of shared suffering and dreams. The faces of the plebeians, tired yet determined, haunted his thoughts, urging him to amplify their cries for reform. Each step toward the Senate chamber felt as if it traversed the distance between two worlds, the opulence of his patrician origins and the stark reality of those he sought to uplift. Lucius knew the tides of sentiment had shifted, the time for decisive action had come. As he entered the chamber, resolve ignited in his heart. He would not let fear dictate his path. Now, more than ever, the legacy of Rome depended on courage born of truth. The air in Rome grew heavy with anticipation as the days stretched on. Lucius strode through the bustling forum, where citizens gathered to voice their hopes and frustrations. The clamor of dissent resonated like a heartbeat, echoing in his ears. He listened intently, for it was clear that the soul of the city cried out for change, and the people looked to him as their potential champion. Lucius felt their urgency sharpen his resolve. Dreams of reform were no longer abstract. They were tangible, found in the tear-streaked faces of the hungry and the weary. He felt a kinship with the common man, their struggles intertwining with his own ambitions. Fueled by their courage, Lucius envisioned a Rome where prosperity was shared, not hoarded. He knew he had to unite the senators under a common cause, galvanizing them to act before the flame of rebellion engulfed the republic he adored. Time was slipping away, but urgency provided clarity. The atmosphere in Rome buzzed with tension as citizens began to murmur about the Senate's integrity. In secret corners of the city, voices echoed discontent, questioning the motives of their leaders. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood on the steps of his villa, contemplating the tempest brewing on the horizon. He remembered the fierce grip corruption had on the Senate and how it threatened to suffocate any hope for reform. As he descended into the streets, he felt the pulse of the people, their restlessness igniting his resolve. Every whispered complaint of injustice only fueled his determination to act. Lucius understood that to truly honor his oath as a senator and advocate for the common citizen, he must channel this unrest into a powerful movement. He rallied his allies, reminding them that their strength lay in unity and purpose, setting the stage for a monumental confrontation that would reveal the true nature of leadership in their great republic. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the Senate's marble floors, Lucius felt the suffocating tension build among his fellow senators. Varro, ever the cunning adversary, was rallying his loyalists behind closed doors, weaving a web of influence that threatened the fragile momentum of reform. Whispers of discontent rippled through the chamber, igniting passions that had been simmering under placid facades. Lucius knew that time was against him. He had to act swiftly to solidify his support before Varro's machinations could take root. Determined, Lucius summoned Aurelia, whose wisdom often pierced through the haze of political ambition. Together, they plotted a course, determined to expose the undercurrents of dissent working against them. As the hour grew late, the weight of impending conflict sealed his resolve. He would not allow his ideals to be extinguished. Rome's future hung in the balance, and he felt the call to fight for it resonate deep within his soul. The tension surrounding the Senate reaches a boiling point as Lucius Valerius Marcellus prepares to confront his adversaries head-on. Whispers of dissent ripple through the marble halls, and Lucius finds himself scrutinized not just as a senator, but as a beacon of hope for the disillusioned populace. He gathers his allies, their prior camaraderie now mingled with the weight of uncertainty. Together, they assess the shifting political landscape, mindful that a fracture between factions could lead to devastating consequences. As Lucius ponders his next move, he reflects on the sacrifices made to uphold his vision for Rome, a vision intricately woven with the voices of the common people. The commitment to reform feels like a fragile thread, yet he clings to it, steeling his resolve for the impending confrontation. It is in this crucible that Lucius realizes the true essence of leadership lies not only in tenacity, but also in the willingness to embrace the collective strength of his allies, even amidst shadows of treachery. The air in the Senate chamber was thick with tension, the kind that crackled just before a storm. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood near the window, watching the shadows shift across the marble floor as the sun dipped low in the sky. He had long understood the complexities of Senate politics, but now alliances felt as fragile as glass. Conversations had turned hostile. Whispers of betrayal curled around him like a serpent waiting to strike. As he prepared for the debates ahead, he thought of the ideals he carried, the vision of reform, the hope of a new Rome for the common people. How quickly the tides changed. He recalled his father's warnings about the dangers of ambition. Clenching his fists, Lucius steeled himself. If he was to navigate the treacherous waters ahead, he needed allies willing to brave the storm alongside him, rather than succumb to fear. The winds were shifting, and he had to harness their strength. The tension within the Senate chambers became palpable as Lucius Valerius Marcellus strategized the upcoming discussions on reform. With each passing day, the urgency for change intensified, fueled by the growing unrest among the citizens. As Lucius prepared his arguments, he thought of the murmurs of discontent reverberating through the bustling streets of Rome. The plebeians' voices, once distant, now rang loud in his ears, demanding attention and action. The once rigid political landscape seemed to shift, as whispers of new alliances echoed among the marble columns. Lucius knew that each senator would come bearing their own ambitions and anxieties, but he was resolute. If he could forge connections amidst the impending storm, true change might be within reach. He envisioned the moment, the crack of dawn when the Senate would gather, light spilling through the grand chamber, illuminating the path of progress that awaited Rome. Determined, he steeled himself for the debate ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Senate chamber, Lucius absorbed the friction simmering among his peers. Whispers of impending confrontations clouded the air, as patronage and ambition mingled uneasily, revealing the complexity of their shared motives. The walls, once a sanctuary for debate, now felt like silent sentinels watching intrigue unfold. He could sense the fractures among senators. Tempers flared in the heat of opposing ideals, while hidden agendas simmered beneath their polished facades. Determined to navigate this minefield, Lucius seized the moment to address a gathering of colleagues. With words steeped in urgency, he urged them to contemplate the broader implications of their loyalties and decisions. He painted a vision of collaboration, emphasizing unity over divisiveness. Though the path forward was fraught with challenges, he could not ignore the flicker of hope igniting among those who yearned for genuine reform. Today's whispers could become tomorrow's rallying cries, and Lucius was prepared to lead the charge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the Senate, Lucius found himself grappling with a dilemma that could alter the course of his mission. Gathering his thoughts in the quiet moments before the assembly, he reflected on the sacrifices he had made for the greater good. Each decision weighed heavily upon him, drawing lines between ambition and morality, loyalty and betrayal. He glanced at the senators around him, their faces a collage of interests, some supportive, others sharpening their knives in the shadows. The voices of his constituents echoed in his mind, their hopes resting on his shoulders. Lucius understood that the moment demanded transparency and courage. He had to confront Varro and his supporters, refusing to bow to the wave of oppression that threatened to engulf Rome's future. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of conviction, ready to step into the fray and defend not just his ideals, but the very core of what the Republic stood for. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood in the Senate chamber, the air thick with tension. The clamor around him mirrored the thoughts racing in his mind. He needed to bridge the chasm among his fellow senators. With every debate, the voices of division grew louder, threatening the very core of the reforms he had fought so hard to propose. Drawing a deep breath, he recalled the struggles of the plebeians, how their hopes rested on the Senate's ability to bring about change. As he paced the marble floor, Lucius envisioned the power of collaboration, a unified front that could withstand the force of traditionalism and corruption symbolized by Gaius Varro. "We can no longer allow our differences to overshadow the common good," he declared, his voice rising above the din. The murmurs began to shift. He sensed the spark of understanding igniting within the chamber, a glimmer of hope emerging from the shadows of mutual distrust. As the morning sun filtered through the opulent columns of the Senate, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt a weight settle on his shoulders, heavy with the past and the demands of the present. Whispers of dissent echoed in the marble halls, each senator's face a mask of strained loyalty or veiled hostility. He recalled the simmering unrest among the plebeians, their voices merging into a profound chorus demanding change. With each passing day, their cries grew clearer, piercing through the facades of wealth and privilege that once shielded him from the harsh realities of Rome. Gathering his allies, Lucius felt a renewed sense of purpose swell within him. The revolution he sought was not merely political. It was a vital movement for the souls of the people he vowed to serve. Determined to navigate the turbulent waters ahead, he steeled himself for what lay in wait, aware that moments of clarity often birthed the most significant actions of courage. The streets of Rome pulsed with a growing desire for change, and the whispers of hope were unmistakable among the citizens. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the forum, feeling the energy of the crowd as he addressed their concerns. Faces once obscured by doubt now glimmered with renewed conviction. They spoke of a future unshackled by corruption, a vision Lucius had fervently championed. With each word, he painted a picture of Rome reborn, where the voices of the plebeians would echo in the Senate, demanding respect and representation. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to mirror the doubts gnawing at him. Yet beneath the weight of expectation, Lucius felt invigorated. A tide of solidarity swelled within him, fueled by the fire of the common people. Together, they could challenge the entrenched powers, and in this moment, Lucius realized that true reform was not just a dream. It was a palpable heartbeat coursing through the heart of Rome. The sun dipped low over the forum, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones, mirroring the tension brewing among the citizens of Rome. Lucius felt the weight of their expectant gazes as murmurs of dissent swelled in the air, igniting an urgency within him. The whispers about his proposed reforms had reached a fever pitch, pulling at the heartstrings of the disenchanted plebeians who demanded change. Night after night, small gatherings turned into fervent calls for action, breathing life into the undercurrents of revolution. In this charged atmosphere, Lucius pondered his next steps. He gathered his closest allies, strategizing on how to harness the momentum of the masses while quelling the opposition rallying behind Varro. It was a delicate balance between hope and fear, idealism and pragmatism. As they devised their plans, he could almost feel the pulse of the city, a steady drumbeat urging him forward, reminding him that change never came without its sacrifices. The tension within the Senate was palpable as Lucius sensed the clash of ideologies brewing among his fellow senators. Conversations once cordial now echoed with veiled hostility, each senator's stance more pronounced, their loyalties fractured. He sat at his polished wooden desk, the weight of impending choices pressing down like an ominous storm cloud. Memories of vibrant debates and shared laughter felt distant, now replaced by the unsettling realization of fractured alliances. Gathering his thoughts, Lucius recalled his father's stern warnings about the perils of ambition and how it often leads to loneliness in power. He knew he needed to act. The urgency to unify the Senate called him to initiate dialogue, yet the danger of revealing vulnerability loomed large. Determined, he crafted a speech focusing on shared purpose, a reminder that the beauty of Rome lay not just in glory, but in unity. As he prepared to rise, an unshakable resolve filled him, urging him to embrace the forthcoming confrontation. The sun dipped low over the forum, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones as Lucius stepped forward, igniting the spark of revolution among the masses. The air was thick with anticipation. Citizens, tired of the Senate's neglect, gathered in throngs, voices unified in a chorus of hope and anger. Lucius felt their fervor pulse through him, bolstering his own resolve. As he ascended the steps of the makeshift platform, he raised his arms, calling for silence. The crowd stilled, their eyes fixed on him, reflecting the yearning for change. "We must reclaim our power," he implored, his voice steady against the murmurs of dissent. "The time for action is now, for no longer shall we live in shadows while the elite feast on our struggles." Echoes of agreement rippled through the throng, igniting a collective consciousness. Lucius sensed the tide turning. Together, they would reshape Rome's destiny, uniting against the barriers that sought to divide them. The tension among the senators reached a boiling point as old grievances and ambitions resurfaced. Lucius envisioned the impending showdown not merely as a debate, but as a lifeline for his vision of reform. Every word had to resonate with purpose. He understood that the stakes were higher than ever. Failure could mean abandoning the very principles he fought for. Varro and his cohorts were arrayed against him, their smirks hiding the resentment that simmered beneath the surface. As Lucius strode into the Senate chamber, a rallying spirit surged within him. The faces of his constituents flashed before him, their hopes weighing heavily like an anchor and buoy combined. He remembered the abandoned child he had saved days ago, a symbol of the future he yearned to protect. With a deep breath, Lucius prepared to wield his words as weapons, intent on reshaping the very fabric of Roman governance, hoping to emerge not just as a senator, but as a beacon of change for a disillusioned people. The tension among Lucius's supporters reached a fever pitch as whispers of rebellion stirred the air. The streets of Rome became a hotbed of fervent discussions, citizens gathering in clusters, exchanging ideas and aspirations like flickering flames. Each heart carried the flame of dissent, a desire for change that echoed louder with each passing day. Lucius moved among the throngs, listening intently to their concerns and wild hopes, recognizing himself reflected in their passion. The night sky deepened, cloaking the city in shadows, yet within that darkness, he sensed the burgeoning strength of unity, a collective force waiting for guidance. A palpable energy vibrated through the crowd, and Lucius felt the weight of their expectations resting squarely on his shoulders. The time for decisive action was closing in, and he understood that to harness this momentum, he must lead them into the light of reform, forging ahead with renewed determination against the shadows of the Senate. As the Senate convened, an air of anticipation thickened the chamber, underscoring the tension that had simmered for weeks. Senators shuffled their scrolls, exchanging wary glances, the unspoken stakes weighing heavily on their minds. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the front, heart racing, acutely aware that today could define the future of his ambitions and those of Rome itself. The question of reform loomed large, as factions gathered, divided not only by principles but by deeply entrenched rivalries. He felt the pulse of the city outside, a city clamoring for change, hungry for the promise of progress. Lucius inhaled deeply, seeking courage in the murmur of the crowd beyond the Senate walls. Today, he would speak his truth, wielding rhetoric as both sword and shield. With a resolute breath, he prepared to address the assembly, knowing that every word could either rally support or spell doom for his vision. The moment had arrived, and history awaited his pronouncement. The weight of legacy hung heavy in the Senate chamber as Lucius Valerius Marcellus contemplated the echoes of history reverberating throughout Rome. Today marked a critical moment, not just for his ambitions, but for the countless citizens whose hopes rested upon his shoulders. He absently traced the intricate patterns of his toga, a symbol of both privilege and obligation, while reflections of his predecessors loomed large. Would he be a beacon of reform or another name lost to the annals of corruption? As the senators gathered, he could hear the whispers of dissent among them, factions ready to pounce on any weak point he showed. Yet, there was a pulse of resilience coursing through him, an urgent reminder of the voices of the plebeians he had vowed to uplift. This was no longer just a battle for political supremacy. It was a chance to reshape Rome's destiny. Today's decisions would ripple through generations, defining what legacy truly meant. As dawn broke over Rome, tension clung to the air like a heavy fog. Lucius stood at the Senate entrance, heart pounding, as senators arrayed themselves like gladiators preparing for battle. Today was not merely a vote, it was the culmination of months of strife and ambition. Lucius's vision for reform hung delicately in the balance, teetering between the hopes of the plebeians and the entrenched power of the patricians, led by the formidable Gaius Varro. Taking a deep breath, Lucius recalled the faces of his constituents, their hopes carved into every line of worry, deepened by hunger and suffering. The assembly convened, and the clamor of voices rose, echoing like the fierce waves against the shores of the Tiber. Lucius stepped forward, his thoughts sharpening into focus. This was his moment to channel the despair of the masses into a rallying cry for justice. With conviction igniting his words, he prepared to defend not just a proposal, but the future of Rome itself. With the Senate teetering on the brink of upheaval, Lucius Valerius Marcellus rose to speak, his heart thumping in sync with the restless murmurs echoing through the chamber. He surveyed the faces of his fellow senators, from Gaius Varro's steely glare to the hopeful expressions of his allies, every gaze a silent challenge. Taking a breath, he centered his thoughts, calling forth the fervent voices of the citizens who had rallied behind him. "We stand at a crossroads," he declared, conviction lacing his words. "The fate of our republic hinges not on wealth or tradition, but on justice for all." As he continued, the atmosphere shifted. The room buzzed with an energy that hinted at transformation. Lucius felt the weight of their collective aspirations, urging him forward. In this moment, unity shimmered just out of reach, a tantalizing promise for a Rome yearning for change, and he knew he must seize it. The vibrant din of the Senate chamber echoed off the marble walls as senators buzzed with anticipation. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the center of this cacophony, feeling the weight of an era poised on a precipice. Today was to be pivotal. The rhetoric and emotions were charged, palpable with a mix of hope and dread. As the debate began, he sensed the shifting tides. Those who rallied behind him were fewer, while Varro's supporters fortified their resolve, sharpening their arguments against reform with the precision of a seasoned gladiator. Lucius took a deep breath, recalling the faces of the common people who relied on him for change. He knew his words must resonate like a clarion call, or risk being drowned out by the opposition's clamor. With his heart pounding, he prepared to wield his oratory skills, not just as a senator, but as a voice for those who dared to dream of a better Rome. Lucius stood at the edge of the Senate chamber, feeling the weight of the past few months press heavily upon him. Allies he once counted on were now distant, their loyalties tested by the relentless tide of political gamesmanship. He had witnessed the loss of friends who had once praised his vision, their betrayal leaving scars that would not easily heal. The room buzzed with anticipation, senators whispering conspiracies and plotting against each other like vultures eyeing a carcass. As the debate reached a fever pitch, Lucius resolved to rally what remained of his dwindling support. He knew that despite the fractures in their unity, he needed to invoke a sense of shared purpose, to remind them of their collective responsibility to the people. Drawing in a deep breath, he prepared to address the assembly, determined to reclaim the spirit of reform and reignite their passion for change amidst the chaos, echoing his commitment to lead Rome towards a brighter future. The echoes of dissent reverberated through the Senate as Lucius stood at the center of increasing turmoil. Senators clashed in heated debates, voices rising like fervent flames, each faction vying for dominance. Outside, the citizens murmured their discontent, their hunger for reform palpable, urging Lucius to navigate this current of chaos with wisdom and compassion. The burning desire for change overshadowed the chamber, but the sight of his fellow senators, once allies now turned distrustful adversaries, weighed heavily on his heart. Amid the clamor, Lucius felt the stirrings of his resolve solidify. He understood that this moment held power, not merely in words, but in the collective spirit rallying behind him. He had witnessed the struggle of the plebeians firsthand, their hopes entwined with his. As he gathered his thoughts, Lucius realized this discord, though daunting, also carried the potential for rebirth. The urgency of the moment demanded that he rise, not just as a senator, but as a beacon of the people's hope. The air was thick with tension as Lucius gathered his supporters in a hidden courtyard, their faces lit by the flickering glow of oil lamps. Whispers of dissent and hope mingled together, the pressing urgency of the moment evident in their eyes. "We must be bold," Lucius urged, his voice steady. "United, we can challenge the old guard and ignite the flame of reform." The swell of voices around him strengthened his resolve, each syllable echoing the desire for change. As they huddled closer, Lucius felt the weight of his responsibility. Their hopes rested on him, a young senator dreaming of a fairer Rome. He recalled the struggles of the plebeians he had met, their hardships resonating deep within him. The stakes had never been higher, yet within this gathering of eager hearts, he saw a flicker of possibility. Together, they would forge an alliance strong enough to shatter the chains of oppression. Lucius stood in the Senate chamber, feeling the weight of countless decisions upon his shoulders. The atmosphere was thick with tension, rivalries simmering just beneath the surface. As he contemplated the stakes, the faces of his constituents flashed before him. Plebeians struggling to survive, their hopes pinned on the reforms he championed. He understood that failure to act effectively could lead them deeper into despair. Memories of late-night discussions with Aurelia flickered through his mind, her sage reminders about the consequences of inaction and the power of decisive leadership. He reflected on the cost of action. With every choice came risk, every reform sowing seeds of discord among those comfortable with the status quo. But as he met the gazes of his allies, determination solidified within him. This moment was not just about him, it was about Rome's future. Lucius exhaled slowly, ready to embrace the challenging path ahead, knowing that true courage meant standing firm for justice in the face of adversity. Lucius stood on the terrace of his villa, gazing out over the sprawling city of Rome as the midday sun cast long shadows across the marble streets. The weight of action pressed on him, demanding clarity and resolution. Each choice he made could tip the balance between progress and peril, and with rising tensions in the Senate, the stakes had never been higher. He recalled the whispers of his supporters, their hopes igniting a fire within him. The recent uprising of the plebeians filled him with a renewed sense of purpose. Their cries for justice echoed in his mind, reminding him that their hardships were his own. Yet, he also felt the swift currents of veiled threats rising from opponents like Gaius Varro, ready to exploit any misstep. In that moment, Lucius understood that to act was to risk everything, but inaction would surely spell disaster. With resolve hardening in his heart, he turned from the vista, ready to embrace the tide of change that awaited him. The air in Rome was thick with anticipation, an unspoken energy crackling through the streets as Lucius Valerius Marcellus prepared for another decisive moment. He stood on the balcony of his villa, surveying the city bathed in golden light, reflecting on the struggles that had brought him to this crossroads. The voices of his supporters echoed in his mind, urging him to act, to speak truth to power. A sense of urgency gripped him. The tide of discontent among the plebeians surged as public sentiment shifted increasingly in favor of reform. As he descended into the bustling forum, the crowd's murmurs embraced him, a symphony of hope, anxiety, and the yearning for change. In this moment, Lucius felt the weight of his responsibility. He vowed to channel the restless spirit of Rome into a movement that would not only challenge the status quo, but also redefine what it meant to lead with honor and integrity. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before the assembled crowd in the forum, the murmurs of discontent from the plebeians echoed like thunder in his ears. He could feel their yearning for change, their faces illuminated by the flickering torches as night fell upon Rome. Every word he had gathered swirled in his mind, a tapestry of their hopes and fears. Today, he would be their voice. We are not simply senators or merchants or laborers. "We are Romans," he declared, his voice rising above the din. "Together we can reshape our future, ensuring no one is left to suffer in silence." His heart raced as he watched the crowd's expressions shift from skepticism to fierce determination. In this moment, Lucius realized the true power of unity, an ember of rebellion sparking between classes, igniting a collective resolve that could threaten even the strongest foundations of the Senate. Today marked not just a speech, but the dawn of a movement. The murmur of voices echoed through the forum, each laden with urgency and desire for reform. Lucius stood among the throng of citizens, their frustrations palpable in the crisp air. He had come to realize that the true power of Rome resided not just within the Senate, but among the people whose lives were entwined with every political decision. As he listened intently, tales of hardship spilled forth. Families struggling to feed their children, merchants crushed by insatiable taxes, and voices silenced by fear of reprisal. These were stories not just of suffering, but of resilience, depictions of hope that ignited a fire in Lucius's heart. He recalled Aurelia's wise counsel. Real change begins when leaders dare to embrace the plight of their constituents. Strengthened by their unwavering spirit, Lucius vowed to forge ahead, gathering momentum for the reforms he knew were imperative. It was time to transform whispers of discontent into a resounding chorus of change. The ripples of decision felt throughout Rome hinted at the impending transformation. As Lucius acknowledged the growing unrest among the citizens, their cries for justice resonated in his heart. Each day brought whispers of discontent that echoed through the forum, where debates flourished amidst the backdrop of ancient columns. He understood that real change stemmed not merely from the Senate's decrees, but from the voices of the people themselves, uniting their desires into a palpable force. Renewed vigor coursed through Lucius as he gathered his allies, seeking to foster a united front against the entrenched power of Varro and his cohorts. These allies represented a coalition of patricians and plebeians, each sensing the momentum building in favor of reform. Lucius stood before them, articulating a vision of equity where privilege no longer shielded the few. The air crackled with potential, and he realized that together they were not just shaping policies, they were reigniting hope for a brighter Rome. The pulse of change thrummed through the heart of Rome as Lucius wandered the bustling forum, the air thick with anticipation. Whispers of reform ignited newfound energy among citizens, who now dared to envision a future where their voices mattered. As he exchanged greetings with merchants and laborers, their stories filled him with hope, each tale of struggle and resilience resonating within him. The sense of unity was palpable. Every handshake and smile reinforced the collective spirit demanding transformation. Yet, amid this growing momentum, Lucius felt the weight of his responsibilities. His vision for a more equitable Rome became not just a personal ambition, but a shared dream, one that required courage and compassion. He understood that this burgeoning movement could only thrive through collaboration and steadfast commitment. With renewed determination, Lucius prepared to rally his allies within the Senate, recognizing that the journey ahead would require not just strategic maneuvering, but the heart of a leader willing to fight for the people. The weight of leadership bore heavily on Lucius as he stepped into the Senate chamber, his thoughts swirling amidst the echoes of previous debates. Navigating the treacherous waters of political alliances had become second nature, yet today felt different. Whispers of dissent permeated the air, amplifying the stakes of the upcoming vote. As he took his seat, he sensed the simmering tension between senators, a juxtaposition of loyalty and betrayal. Reflecting on his journey, Lucius pondered the sacrifices that had shaped his resolve. Each decision he made was a thread woven into the fabric of Rome, crafting a legacy that would endure beyond himself. He was not merely a senator, but a voice for the people yearning for change. Empathy surged within him, urging him to stand firm against the encroaching tide of corruption. Today's session would challenge not only his ideals, but the very essence of what it meant to lead in a city on the brink of transformation. A palpable energy filled the Senate chamber as Lucius readied himself to address the assembly. The air was thick with a cacophony of murmurs and whispers, voices rising and falling like the tides. Senators leaned in, anticipation etched on their faces, eager to hear what the young patrician had to say. As he rose, Lucius felt the weight of their expectations. He was not just speaking for himself, but for the plebeians whose hopes he carried. "Reform," he began, his voice steady yet impassioned, "is not an option but a necessity, if we are to be the guardians of Rome's future." He articulated their pain, the long-neglected cries of the common people stirring tears in some eyes. Moments of shared understanding flickered among the factions, and for the first time in days, Lucius sensed the possibility of unity, the hope of forging a collective path forward amid the tumultuous sea of political discord. The echoes of his words lingered, reverberating with a conviction that could reshape Rome's destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the Senate, Lucius stood in the echo of distant voices, whispers of hope mingling with whispers of dissent. The city pulsed with anticipation, citizens gathering to share their dreams for a better Rome. On the streets, plebeians spoke fervently, their frustrations echoing through the narrow alleys and busy forums, demanding not just bread, but a voice. In his quiet moments of reflection, Lucius recalled the burdens of leadership. Every decision weighed heavy on his conscience, and yet, among the uncertainty, he felt a stirring of purpose. He had seen hope flicker in the eyes of the downtrodden, igniting a resolve within him. The discontent of the people was not just a threat, it was a call to action. Determined to seize this moment, he vowed to channel their aspirations into tangible reforms that could reshape the very fabric of Rome. The time for change was now. Amidst the turmoil of the Senate, Lucius Valerius Marcellus found a moment of solace as he gathered his thoughts in the quiet of his villa. The air was heavy with anticipation. Whispers of revolt echoed through the stone halls, leaching into the hearts of both patricians and plebeians alike. In the shifting landscape of political alliances, Lucius understood that fostering courage among his allies was paramount. With each passing day, the weight of the common people's hopes pressed upon him, demanding action and reform. As dawn bathed Rome in golden light, Lucius recalled Aurelia's wise words, urging him to invoke the spirit of unity. He resolved to gather his loyal supporters, recognizing the power in their collective voice. Together, they would forge a path forward, transforming uncertainty into strength. Stepping onto the bustling streets, Lucius felt a renewed determination swell within him, prepared to champion the burgeoning cause for justice and equity in Rome's fractured society. Lucius stood on the edge of the bustling forum, an ache in his heart as he gazed at the crowds. Hope flickered in their eyes, yet he could feel the weight of discontent simmering beneath the surface. Whispers of reform had ignited passion among the plebeians, their voices growing louder with each passing day. His thoughts drifted to the sacrifices required to sustain momentum, the delicate balance between ambition and ethical governance pressing heavily on his conscience. He recalled Aurelia's words from their last meeting, urging him to harness the energy swirling around him, to shape it into a force for genuine change. The uncomfortable reality set in. While he championed their cause, the personal risks were mounting. Each ally gained came with a threat of betrayal. Yet in this crucible of rising tensions, Lucius felt a fierce determination. It was now or never. He must prepare to embrace the tempest, steering Rome toward a brighter future, emboldened by the voices that craved justice. As the sun descended behind the ancient hills surrounding Rome, the mood among the senators grew tense and pensive, an overarching crisis looming like a dark cloud over the Senate. Whispers of discontent reverberated through the marble columns as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stepped into the chamber, determination etched on his face. A wave of voices drowned his thoughts, plebeians clamoring for justice, their cries a stark reminder of the stakes at hand. Lucius felt their hopes weighing heavily upon him, a burden he could not ignore. He knew that tonight would not merely be another gathering, it would be a defining moment in the struggle against corruption. As he took his place at the front, acknowledging both allies and rivals, Lucius prepared to unleash a fervent defense of his reforms. He could sense Varro's piercing gaze from across the room, a reminder of the opposition that lay in wait. Tonight, all would hinge on his ability to rally support in a world too often swayed by fear and greed. In the dim light of the Senate chamber, Lucius Valerius Marcellus could feel the palpable shift in the atmosphere as whispers of hope began to circulate among his fellow senators. The discontent of the people was no longer just a murmur, it had evolved into a clarion call for reform. As he stepped forward to address the assembly, Lucius recalled the faces of the common citizens he had encountered, their struggles, their hopes, their dreams. Today, their voices would resonate through the hallowed walls of the Senate. With a steadying breath, he articulated a vision that embraced the rights of all Romans, calling upon his colleagues to recognize their duty to the populace. The hesitant murmurs began to transform into cautious agreement, as Lucius supported his arguments with historical precedents, reminding these powerful men that true leadership was born not from privilege, but from the courage to act on behalf of those left unheard. The tides had begun to shift, and Lucius felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through his veins. The pulse of change resonated through the Senate as Lucius stood before his fellow senators, their eyes a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Murmurs of dissent filled the air, but the growing demand for reform ignited a fire within him. Lucius recalled the faces of the common people, their hopes and struggles etched in his mind. He knew that to foster unity he needed to articulate not just policies, but a vision, a dream of a Rome that championed the welfare of all, transcending the traditional barriers of class. In his heart, he felt the weight of responsibility, a burden shared by those who believed in his cause. He gathered his thoughts, channeling the urgency that gripped the city, and laid out a compelling plan that intertwined the needs of the plebeians with the interests of the Senate. As he spoke, a sense of optimism began to weave through the tense atmosphere, hinting that a new chapter in Roman history might finally be within reach. The momentum for change grows unstoppable as Lucius walks through the crowded forum, the cacophony of voices swelling around him. He senses the pulse of the city, a vibrant mix of anger and hope. Everyday citizens, once disillusioned, now gather in anticipation of the reforms he has championed. Their murmurs of support embolden his conviction. He realizes that their faith in him is not just a reflection of his ideals, but a shared responsibility. Spotting a cluster of shopkeepers animatedly discussing the proposed measures, Lucius feels a deep connection to their struggles. Their collective energy fuels his determination as he steps onto a makeshift platform, raising his arms to silence the crowd. Together, he begins, we can reclaim our city, ensuring it serves all Romans, not just the privileged few. As their cheers erupt in response, Lucius knows that this moment marks a pivotal shift, not only in the Senate's dynamics, but in the very spirit of Rome itself. The momentum for change grew unstoppable in the bustling Senate chambers, where whispers of reform coursed through the air like electricity. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the heart of this storm, rallying senators and citizens alike under the clarion call of justice. The mounting tide of discontent among the plebeians, long suppressed and dismissed, now surged forth with righteous fervor, demanding representation and reform. Lucius could feel the weight of their hopes, like a shared heartbeat resonating through the marble halls. His speeches, once met with skepticism, began to find resonance, words that spoke of unity, progress, and a future untethered from the shackles of corruption. Allies emerged from unexpected quarters, voices that he once thought were lost in the shadows now standing with him under the weight of shared purpose. This was the moment they had been waiting for, and as Lucius raised his arms to the crowd, he felt the powerful swell of change revitalizing his spirit and resolve. The sun rose over Rome, casting golden rays upon the forum, where citizens gathered, their murmurs a symphony of hope and dissent. Lucius Valerius Marcellus strode into the bustling square, breathing deeply of the air thick with anticipation. Today was no ordinary day. Today marked a pivotal shift in the tides of power. As the people's voice crescendoed around him, he felt a spark igniting within his soul, an unmistakable connection between their hopes and his vision for reform. Lucius took to the steps of the forum, his heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the crowd. Today, my fellow Romans, we reclaim the power that is rightfully yours, he proclaimed, his voice resonating against the marble columns. Cheers erupted, echoing through the ancient city, binding Lucius to every citizen present. In that moment, he knew his fate was intertwined with theirs, for their aspirations for a better Rome now pushed him forward, igniting a newfound determination to enact lasting change. As the sun began its slow descent over the sprawling city of Rome, Lucius felt the weight of anticipation pressing down like the heat of the day. The atmosphere buzzed with tension. Whispers of proposed reforms echoed through the Senate corridors, igniting fervor among supporters and opponents alike. Lucius understood that this was no ordinary vote. It could either galvanize the movement he championed or plunge him into deeper political despair. His allies gathered around him, their faces painted with resolve and apprehension, each weighing the stakes. He called for unity, reminding them of their shared purpose and the hope they had kindled among the plebeians. Everything hinged on this moment. Every passionate speech, every clandestine meeting, and every act of kindness to the people had led to this pivotal intersection of destiny. With a steadfast heart, Lucius stepped forward, ready to cast his die into the shifting sands of Roman politics. The assembly buzzed with anticipation as Lucius entered the Senate chamber, his resolve fortified by the voices of the people echoing in his mind. As he took his place, the weight of their hopes pressed upon him, fueling his determination. Today, he would propose reforms that had long lingered in the shadows of political ambition. The murmurs among senators shifted as he rose to speak, his gaze sweeping over the faces that reflected a spectrum of ambition and apprehension. Drawing in a deep breath, he began, weaving a tapestry of ideals that spoke to both the heart and the intellect. Lucius invoked the struggles of the plebeians, emphasizing the urgent need for change that honored the memory of Rome's ancestors. The flickering torches cast shadows, amplifying his fervent plea for unity and justice. In that moment, he became not just a senator, but a beacon for a new vision of Rome, one where every voice mattered. Lucius leaned against the cool marble of the Senate chamber, absorbing the tension in the air that crackled like a distant storm. The meeting had begun, but even the ancient walls felt heavy with unspoken disagreements and looming strife. As one senator railed against the proposed reforms, Lucius's gaze drifted to the faces around him. Doubt and fear intertwined, a tapestry of vulnerability and ambition. He thought of the plebeians clamoring for change outside the Senate's archways, their voices rising like a tide, a reminder of the purpose that brought him here. Hidden beneath layers of decorum, personal grievances simmered, fissures widened with each heated exchange. As accusations flew, Lucius recognized that fractures among allies could either seal their fate or be mended into a formidable alliance. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but he understood that vision alone was insufficient. It was resilience that would forge true unity amid chaos. Lucius sat at the polished marble table in his villa, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows against the walls. The previous day had been both a triumph and an unraveling. His progressive ideas gained traction, but fractures began to show among his supporters. The murmurs of dissent from his former allies gnawed at his resolve. He remembered the faces of the plebeians, their hopes resting on his shoulders, and felt a renewed sense of purpose. As dawn broke, Lucius called for an assembly of his closest allies, eager to mend the fractures before they became chasms. "Trust," he began, his voice steady yet determined, "is the bedrock of our coalition. We must confront our differences, not avoid them. Only united can we reshape the fate of Rome." His words hung in the air, a rallying cry urging them to push beyond their fears. They would need to stand steadfast together if they were to grasp the change they envisioned. As the sun dipped low over the majestic skyline of Rome, casting long shadows across the Forum, Lucius Valerius Marcellus found himself reflecting on the cost of action. The incessant whispers of dissent grew louder, echoing through the marble columns as citizens clamored for their voices to be heard. He paced the marble floors of his villa, the weight of his responsibilities pressing heavily upon him. Every senator's maneuver felt like a double-edged sword. Each decision risked alienating potential allies, while angering the entrenched powers like Gaius Varro. Drawing a deep breath, Lucius recalled Aurelia's words, "The true strength of a leader lies not just in boldness, but in the wisdom to discern when a whisper can turn into the thunder of change." With renewed determination, he resolved to harness this unrest, to transform the growing rage into a cohesive movement for reform. The moment to act had arrived, and Lucius would not falter. The tumult of the Senate reached a fever pitch, as new whispers of dissent echoed through the marble halls. Lucius stood at the center of a gathering storm, facing Varro's scornful gaze across the chamber. The atmosphere crackled, charged with the tension of unfurling rivalries among the senators, each maneuvering for power. Allies he once trusted now appeared uncertain, their loyalties as fragile as delicate glass. Lucius's heart raced, aware that he needed to act decisively to wield influence amidst the chaos. Eyes narrowed, he took a deep breath, drawing from the well of conviction that had fueled his quest for reform. He stepped forward, ready to confront the swirling tides of opposition, but beneath his resolve lay the gnawing fear that even minor missteps could send him tumbling into the abyss of political disgrace. Engaging the Senate's wrath would demand not just courage, but a deft handling of alliances long strained by ambition and power. The atmosphere within the Senate had shifted. A palpable tension hung in the air as Lucius prepared to confront the daunting reality of compromise. He had been tirelessly advocating for reforms that promised equality and betterment for the plebeians, but whispers of dissent grew louder with each passing day. As he entered the session, the rallying cries of his supporters reverberated in his mind, fortifying his resolve. Today was crucial. He needed to navigate the delicate landscape of political allegiances, where old friends had become wary rivals. Varro and his allies lurked like hawks, ready to exploit any sign of weakness. Lucius understood that their shared interests could unravel at a moment's notice. However, he also recognized the potential for unity amid diversity. Winning over even a single senator from Varro's camp could sway the tide. He inhaled deeply, reminding himself of his purpose, to transcend fear and build bridges, for Rome's future depended on choices made in these hallowed halls. The sunlight filtered through the Senate chamber, casting elongated shadows against the polished marble floor as Lucius Valerius Marcellus prepared himself for the day ahead. Whispers of doubt had filled the air since the recent disputes, yet an unyielding determination burned within him. Lucius moved through the hallways, rallying support among his fellow senators, emphasizing the need for unity in the face of mounting challenges. He spoke passionately about the cries of the citizens beyond the marble walls, reminding his colleagues of their oath to serve the common good rather than personal ambition. As he clasped hands with Senator Octavius, Lucius felt a surge of energy. A network of alliances was forming. Each conversation and every shared resolve laid the groundwork for momentum, a burgeoning coalition capable of advancing reform. The stakes were higher than ever, and the time for action was drawing near, a collective spirit igniting with the promise of hope for a better Rome. The weight of the world seemed to settle heavily on Lucius Valerius Marcellus's shoulders as he navigated the crowded Senate corridors. Rumors of impending reforms ignited whispers of dissent, yet amid the clamor, he felt a surge of determination. He gathered his allies, eyes aflame with conviction as they deliberated strategies to wield their influence. Each voice amplified the growing momentum, forging connections that transcended old rivalries. They spoke of the needs of the plebeians, of the stagnation that had gripped the Senate for too long. Lucius envisioned a future where every senator, regardless of status, upheld the principles of justice and generosity. Yet he was acutely aware of the risks. Each alliance he formed could be a double-edged sword. As the discussions deepened, he fortified their resolve, igniting their collective spirit. Together, they prepared to challenge the complacency of the Senate, emboldened by their shared purpose to reclaim the power of the people. The square thrummed with anticipation as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Lucius stood at the forefront of a gathering crowd, their faces animated with a shared hope that electrified the air. Whispers of change danced like sparks among the plebeians, uniting voices that had long been silenced. Encouraged by his presence, they chanted his name, weaving a tapestry of collective ambition and solidarity. As he addressed them, Lucius felt the weight of their aspirations and fears, the repeated struggles of daily life etched in their expressions. He spoke passionately about reform, pledging to dismantle the oppressive structures that had held them captive for far too long. With each word, he enkindled a fire within them, transforming uncertainty into resolve. The people, emboldened by his vision for a fairer Rome, surged forward, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus that promised to challenge the status quo and reclaim their power together. The pulse of change surged through the streets of Rome as the citizens grew increasingly unified in their demands for reform. Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked through the bustling forum, where voices of the plebeians echoed louder than the proclamations of the Senate. Each day brought new urgency. People whispered of a brighter future, fueled by their hopes and frustrations. Lucius took a moment to observe a group of merchants passionately discussing unfair taxation, their faces etched with determination. He felt an overwhelming responsibility to lift their voices within the Senate. This stirring sentiment galvanized him, and he resolved to share their struggles with his fellow senators, appealing to their sense of decency. As he prepared for the day ahead, his heart quickened with anticipation. Today, he would advocate fiercely, amplifying the cries of the common folk. With Aurelia by his side, he sensed a shift, a mutual recognition of the power that lay in numbers, a movement stirring to life at last. As Lucius moved through the bustling streets of Rome, he felt the weight of voices rising all around him, echoing with the fervor of the common people. The air buzzed with a restless energy, each passerby animated by the dreams and frustrations that colored their daily lives. He paused at a gathering in the forum, a mix of plebeians and patricians alike, lifting their voices in a chorus of discontent and hope. Empathy welled within him, igniting a resolve to act. The flourishing unity among the citizens signified a formidable force, one that could shatter the cobwebs of indifference woven throughout the Senate. Lucius raised his hand, capturing their attention, his heart racing as he spoke. Together we can reshape the very foundation of Rome. As cheers erupted, he realized this moment transcended mere politics. It was the dawning of a new era. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lucius felt destined to lead them toward change. As Lucius stood amidst the flickering torchlight of the Senate, he felt the pulse of history coursing through the very stones beneath his feet. The weight of the past clung to him, urging him to reconcile the conflicts that had long separated allies. Conversations swirled around him, charged with the tension of diverging ambitions, yet beneath the surface lay the possibility of unity. The memory of his father, steadfast in tradition, echoed in Lucius's mind as he contemplated the fragile nature of loyalty. Reaching out to those once deemed adversaries, he spoke candidly of shared goals and collective strength. Together we can forge a path that honors our heritage while fostering the changes our people crave, he implored, his voice steady yet impassioned. Uncertainty hung in the air like a province's autumn fog, but glimmers of hope began to surface as fractured alliances pondered the promise of collaboration, breathing new life into the weary halls of power. The sun dipped low over Rome as Lucius Valerius Marcellus paced the marble floors of the Senate, contemplating the shift in sentiment among the senators. Whispers of support began to ripple through the chamber, a refreshing breeze amid the oppressive heat of opposition. He could feel the tension easing as factions maneuvered towards collaboration. It was a delicate dance, one that required a deft touch and a keen understanding of each faction's desires. He remembered the faces of the plebeians, their hopes tangled with despair, and knew he had to stoke this ember of optimism. Lucius summoned his trusted ally, Aurelia, to strategize further. We must build on this momentum, he urged passionately, envisioning a renewed Senate, unified not by fear but by shared purpose. Together, they plotted how to harness the growing energy while navigating the treacherous waters ahead, determined to turn fragile alliances into a force for enduring reform. In the dimly lit Senate chamber, Lucius felt the pulse of a brewing discontent, palpable in the air like the crackling energy before a storm. Senators murmured among themselves, their faces taut with unspoken fears and ambitions. The whispers of the masses outside echoed within as citizens rallied for reform, demanding their voices be heard. Lucius grasped the urgency of the moment. His ideals clashed with the harsh reality of entrenched interests that sought to maintain the status quo at all costs. As he paced the marbled floor, the weight of his convictions pressed heavily on his shoulders. Drawn into a web of political maneuvering, he recognized the crucial need to bridge the growing divisions within the Senate. The stakes were higher than ever, as alliances wavered and trust faltered. With determination igniting his spirit, Lucius vowed to confront the shadows that threatened to engulf Rome, knowing that true reform required immense courage and sacrifice. The hour of reckoning approached, and no room for hesitation remained. Among the senators, whispers grew louder, echoing the sentiment of unity that once seemed unattainable. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus gathered his allies, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The climate was charged with a determination to foster change. He addressed the group, his voice steady and passionate, emphasizing their shared purpose and the urgency of their mission. The growing desire for reform among the plebeians ignited a spark within the Senate chambers, overshadowing the entrenched tradition. The moments leading to this gathering were not without their challenges. Conversations about loyalty and priorities layered the discussions. Yet, Lucius saw the flickers of hope in the eyes of his allies, illuminating a path forward. As they forged their plans amidst the swirling currents of ambition, he marveled at how, through resilience and shared vision, they had become a formidable force against the backdrop of Rome's fractured politics. Seizing this momentum felt vital, for the collective spirit had the power to sway even the most reluctant hearts. The bustling Senate chamber echoed with the murmurs of discontent as senators clustered in tight-knit groups, their faces shadowed by suspicion. Lucius Valerius Marcellus could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to be cut with a gladius. He had always believed that unity lay just within reach, yet the deep rifts between factions grew more pronounced with each passing day. As he moved between the groups, seeking common ground, he felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, expectant and uncertain. In whispers, rival senators plotted to protect their positions, but Lucius was undeterred. He summoned his courage and spoke about a vision for reform that could bridge their differences, igniting a flicker of hope among the weary senators. For the first time in weeks, he could sense a shift, a slight easing of the frigid barriers. Yet, even as optimism flickered, shadows loomed, thick with the promise of confrontation. As Lucius stood in the Senate chamber, a lingering sense of anticipation filled the air, mingling with tension between the factions. The whispers of the people reverberated in his mind, echoing their hope and fear. He felt the urgency in their voices, their unwavering demand for change fueling his resolve. Outside, the streets surged with energy, citizens rallying together, their cries a testament to collective discontent and a yearning for justice. In this charged atmosphere, Lucius sought to bridge the widening chasm between patricians and plebeians. He envisioned a Rome where equity superseded privilege, a vision he would defend at any cost. Voices against reform grew louder, led by Varro, whose shadow loomed ever closer. Lucius knew the stakes were high. Failure would not just mean losing his position, but the trust of those he aimed to serve. With steeling determination, he prepared to address the assembly, determined to awaken the dormant ideals of justice within the hearts of his fellow senators. The atmosphere in the Senate chamber crackled with tension as senators, once united by tradition, now stood divided by ambition and ideals. Lucius Valerius Marcellus surveyed the assembly, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Across the room, Gaius Varro's piercing gaze met his, an unspoken challenge lingering between them. As whispers of dissent echoed through the ornate hall, Lucius knew the time for action had come. He felt the weight of the people's expectations pressing upon him like the heavy clouds gathering before a storm. With fiery resolve, he took a step forward and cleared his throat, the murmurs subsiding as all eyes turned his way. This was his moment to ignite change, to speak truth to power, and call for unity amid the swirling chaos. The voices of the common people surged in his mind as he prepared to champion their cause, ready to battle not just for his future, but for Rome itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the Senate chambers, Lucius felt a palpable shift in the air. The gathered senators buzzed with anticipation, murmurs of unrest weaving through their ranks like a fine thread binding a tapestry. Lucius stood at the forefront, his heart racing with the weight of his convictions. Leadership in such tumultuous times demanded not only resolve, but also creativity. He envisioned a strategy that would bridge the widening chasm between patricians and plebeians, knowing full well that understanding and compassion could unlock doors previously barred by tradition. Drawing strength from his recent interactions with the common folk who voiced their aspirations in pain, he began to articulate a vision that felt both radical and necessary. As he prepared to speak, Lucius could sense a stirring of hope in the hearts of those around him, the echo of a promise that the will of the people could one day reshape the contours of Rome itself. The climate became ripe for Lucius to push back on previous limitations as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the Senate chamber. Whispers of dissent swirled like autumn leaves, and the air was thick with urgency as senators gathered to discuss the growing unrest among the plebeians. Lucius stood resolute, determined to seize the moment. His allies rallied around him, echoing the people's cries for justice and reform. "The time has come," he declared, his voice steady and clear. "We can no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering in our midst." Each senator's gaze flickered with uncertainty, yet some began to nod in agreement, their resolve softening. Lucius knew that this would be a test of his leadership, one that could either forge new paths or fracture their already fragile alliances. With the weight of Rome's future resting on his shoulders, he embraced the challenge, ready to confront the shadows that loomed overhead. As the sun began to set over the forum, casting long shadows across the marble steps, Lucius felt a growing resolve within him. The murmurs of the populace swirled around him like the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, each voice a testament to the yearning for change. He remembered the faces of the plebeians he had encountered, each one a reminder of the stakes at play in the Senate. As he gathered with his allies, excitement and determination electrified the air. They discussed strategies, each plan woven together by the threads of shared ambition. Lucius presented his vision for reform, emphasizing not just legislation, but the need for empathy and understanding among the classes. "We must bridge the divide," he urged, echoing the unyielding cries for justice from the streets. "Only together can we forge a new path for Rome, one that honors every citizen's voice." Their fervor igniting a spark of hope and unity that had long been dormant. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the threshold of the Senate chamber, silently absorbing the charged atmosphere that crackled with tension. The smell of sweat and polished stone filled his nostrils as senators exchanged furtive glances, alliances dangling precariously from the brink of collapse. Conversations buzzed around him, each murmured word a potential seed of reform or subversion. Determined, Lucius took a deep breath and stepped into the lion's den. He understood that bridging the divide among the factions required more than just speeches. It demanded sincere connection and a vision that spoke to all. As he approached a group of influential senators, he reminded himself of the importance of empathy in leadership. By sharing personal stories of the plebeian struggles, he sought to awaken a sense of shared purpose within the chamber. Hope flickered in the air, igniting the possibility of uniting the fractured Senate for the greater good of Rome. Each senator's nod reinforced his resolve, guiding him towards the unfolding path of collective strength. The atmosphere buzzed with optimism as Lucius convened a gathering of senators in his villa, a sanctuary amidst the tumult of political life. With the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air, he knew this meeting marked a turning point for his reform efforts. Allies from various factions joined, their expressions a mix of resolve and hope. As he laid out a vision for Rome's future, the room pulsed with energy, his words igniting a shared purpose among them. "Change is not merely a dream," he urged, his voice steady, "but a necessity for our people." Each senator nodded, their previous doubts dissolving in the face of this united front. Outside, the streets of Rome echoed with the sounds of discontent, yet here, camaraderie flourished, a vibrant tapestry of intertwined pathways leading to their common goal. They were ready to challenge the status quo, taking the first step toward a future that could redefine their legacy and that of Rome itself. Lucius paced the marble floors of the Senate, feeling the weight of fragmented alliances pressing down on him. The air crackled with tension as murmurs of dissent grew louder, echoing the discord that had infiltrated the very heart of Rome. Rival factions, once placated by the promise of reform, now flared with suspicion, their motives entwined in a web of secrecy. It was a dangerous time, where allies could swiftly become enemies at the slightest provocation. He steeled himself, recalling the words of Aurelia, "Trust must be earned, and betrayal can come from those closest to you." With a determined breath, Lucius summoned his resolve, recognizing that bridging these divides would require more than mere rhetoric. He needed to forge genuine connections amidst this chaos, to remind them all of their shared purpose. As he prepared to address the emotional undertow of the Senate, he felt new energy surge within him, a flicker of fire igniting the path toward unity. The sun hung low in the sky as Lucius walked through the Forum, the vibrant heart of Rome. The familiar cacophony of merchants haggling, children laughing, and citizens debating filled the air. But today, a palpable tension buzzed just beneath the surface. Whispers of discontent echoed among the plebeians, their growing frustrations igniting a spark of urgency within him. As he approached the gathering, their eyes met his, filled with a mix of hope and desperation. He could feel their yearning for change, their desire for a champion to elevate their struggles. Drawing a deep breath, Lucius climbed onto a low pedestal, his heart racing. He raised his hands, calling for silence, hoping his voice would carry the weight of their collective aspirations. "Let us not shy away from our duty to reform," he declared passionately. The crowd murmured in agreement, igniting a flicker of determination within him. He knew then that a movement was building, one that could reshape Rome's destiny. The pulse of change resonated vibrantly within the heart of Rome as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the Forum, surrounded by a swelling crowd of citizens demanding reform. Their voices mingled in a unified chorus, echoing through the cobblestone streets and resonating with the urgency he had sought to instill. He had listened to their grievances, the injustices of food shortages, oppressive taxes, and the neglect from the Senate that left the plebeians feeling invisible. Each story reinforced the belief that collective strength could challenge the status quo. Lucius felt a sense of responsibility weighing heavily upon him. Their hopes rested on his shoulders. As he stepped forward to meet their fervor, he raised his arms, calling for unity against the rising tide of corruption. It was a moment that would ignite a fire within his constituents, transforming their collective discontent into a spark of revolution. The future of Rome hung in the balance, prompting Lucius to embrace his role as their champion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Rome, the energy among Lucius's supporters became palpable. Whispers of hope reached every corner of the city as citizens spoke fervently about the reforms he championed. At gatherings, they exchanged stories of hardship and ambition, emboldened by Lucius's vision for a better future. This collective spirit breathed life into their shared hopes, uniting patricians and plebeians alike in pursuit of justice. Lucius roamed the Forum that evening, the familiar voices echoing around him. He felt a resurgence of faith in what he could achieve. This sense of alignment signaled new possibilities, rekindling the desire for unity. Lucius knew that it was time to act decisively, to leverage this wave of support into tangible change. With a newfound determination, he steeled himself for the upcoming Senate debates, aware that the strength of the people would guide him through the challenges ahead. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting golden rays over the crowded Forum, where citizens gathered to voice their demands for reform. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the forefront, feeling the palpable energy of the people. Unease and determination mingled in his heart as he took in the restless faces, each a testament to the hardships endured under a Senate that served its own interests. This was not merely a gathering, it was a declaration of unity, resonating with the collective pulse of Rome. Underneath the merciful twilight, the echoes of their chants called for justice and representation, reminding him of his duty to amplify their voices. As the sentiment swelled, Lucius felt empowered, finally understanding that the strength of the Senate could be transformed into a beacon of hope. He resolved to seize this moment to rally his fellow senators, bridging the divide, transforming dissent into a formidable force for change. As dawn broke over Rome, the streets hummed with a vibrant energy that signaled more than just the start of a new day. Citizens flocked to the Forum, their spirits buoyed by whispers of change reverberating through every alley and narrow passage. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the edge of the gathering, observing as exuberant crowds pressed against one another, waving banners of hope. Today, they sought validation, a chance to voice their desires for reform that had long been stifled. Increasingly aware of the palpable tension in the air, Lucius felt the weight of expectation upon his shoulders. He knew this moment was pivotal. He must step forward as a beacon for their ambitions and fears. With each determined heartbeat, he recalled Aurelia's words about the power of unity. That morning, in a baptism of fervor, he would reaffirm his commitment to the people, knowing their collective strength could alter the very fabric of the Senate. The tension in the Senate had reached an unbearable crescendo. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood at the center of the chamber, he could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him. Senators whispered conspiratorially, their voices merging into an unsettling murmur that filled the air with uncertainty. Today marked a crucial turning point. The air itself felt electric with expectation. Lucius reflected on the stakes, reforms that could either elevate the common people or plunge Rome into deeper chaos. He looked towards the faces of his peers, sensing the fragile alliances that were beginning to form like delicate threads weaving through the fabric of the Senate. A palpable sense of urgency galvanized him. This was not merely politics, but the lifeblood of the Republic itself. With resolve swelling in his chest, Lucius began to craft his speech, knowing it would either unite or fracture the Senate further in this moment of profound significance. As the sun rose over Rome, casting a golden hue upon the Forum, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt the weight of impending change settle upon his shoulders. The news of growing support among the people filled him with a fervent hope that had been absent for too long. Whispers of unity began to circulate, drawing together citizens from all walks of life, eager for reform. It was in these moments of connection that Lucius saw the true essence of his mission, empowering the voiceless and challenging a status quo that had long oppressed them. It was not merely a political strategy, it became a moral obligation. He gathered his closest allies, their eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and anxious anticipation. As they plotted their next move, the shadows of doubt began to dissipate, replaced by a collective resolve to forge a path toward a brighter future for Rome, kindled by the spirit of unity that encompassed them all. The negotiations within the Senate were tense, as Lucius contemplated the fractious state of alliances. A palpable unease hung in the air, thick with mistrust and conflicting agendas. He found himself in the corner of the grand chamber, observing the interplay of forces that had once seemed so straightforward. Uniting differing principles appeared essential, yet the entrenched loyalties of the senators pulled in opposite directions. Voices clamored for attention like a chorus of discord, each echoing their own aspirations while dismissing collective goals. Lucius leaned heavily on his core ideals, knowing that any misstep could send ripples through the fragile fabric of collaboration they had painstakingly built. As discussions turned sharper, the importance of finding common ground became imperative. He rose, determined to articulate a vision that pulled them together, hoping to bridge the chasms created by their ambitions and steer them toward a united purpose for the sake of Rome. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Rome, Lucius felt a surge of determination pulse through the air. The murmurs of discontent among citizens echoed in his mind, reminding him that the aspirations for reform could transform into a powerful force. With alliances tenuous yet vital, he convened a gathering in the Forum, where voices rose like the tide, echoing the dreams of the forgotten. Friends and foes alike congregated amongst the ancient columns, an eclectic tapestry of Romans united by a shared purpose. Lucius stepped forward, heart racing, intent on bridging the widening gulf between reality and ambition. The urgency gripped him. The moment demanded clarity. Urging his fellow senators to embrace courage, he painted a vivid image of a better Rome, a city where ideals met action, where the dreams of the plebeians could reshape the tapestry of society. The fire in their eyes reassured him. Together, they could push beyond limits and ignite the path toward genuine transformation. As Lucius sat in the Senate chamber, the air thick with tension, he felt the weight of the moment pressing on him like a tangible force. Whispers of betrayal buzzed through the minds of senators, each person assessing their alliances with predatory precision. Uncertainty loomed, threatening the fragile peace that had recently begun to form. As Varro's cohorts plotted their next moves, Lucius wondered how the shifting dynamics would alter his carefully laid plans for reform. In this atmosphere of distrust, he realized that building cooperation would require recalibrating old acquaintances into trusted allies. The scars of past conflicts still bled in the hearts of his fellow senators, but perhaps it was possible to bridge the chasm separating ideologies. Strengthening the bonds between the factions demanded courage and vulnerability, qualities he had harnessed amidst the trials he had endured. With resolve, Lucius vowed to navigate this labyrinth of deception, aiming to turn division into unity and hostility into hope. The Senate chamber buzzed with tension, the air heavy with anticipation as Lucius prepared to confront his adversaries. Whispers of dissent flitted between senators, each faction attempting to gauge the other's strength. He could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, a reminder that he stood on the precipice of change for the people of Rome. In that moment, the spirit of unity he sought seemed both fragile and elusive. As he gazed across the room, he noticed familiar faces amongst his allies, their expressions a blend of determination and fear. Lucius knew each decision made within these walls could tip the balance of power, swaying the future of the Republic. With a deep breath, he recalled Aurelia's words of wisdom, "Strength lies in solidarity." He squared his shoulders, preparing to speak, fully aware that the coming moments could forever alter the course of his life and the lives of countless citizens waiting for change. The turbulent atmosphere in the Senate felt almost palpable as senators exchanged thinly veiled insults while Lucius pondered the overwhelming weight of their shared responsibilities. He sensed the urgency in the air, the looming decisions that demanded immediate action. The time for complacency had long passed. Within these ancient walls, ambition and integrity stood at a precipice. Lucius remembered the voices of the common people, echoing in his mind, their expectations intertwining with his own relentless aspirations. As he prepared to speak, he gathered his resolve, reflecting on the lessons learned from both triumph and betrayal. Every word he would articulate would not only reaffirm his vision for Rome, but also bridge the divisions threatening to tear their society apart. With a heart steeped in both conviction and anxiety, he stood tall amid the chaos, determined to seek unity and renewal, knowing that the future of the Republic hinged upon this very moment. Lucius stood in the Senate antechamber, the murmurs of discontent from the plebeians growing louder outside the marble walls. The weight of the people's expectations pressed heavily on his shoulders. In recent weeks, he had witnessed the harsh realities of their lives, the hunger that gnawed at their bellies, the despair etched into their faces. Today, he resolved to amplify their voices, to weave their struggles into the fabric of his speeches. As he walked into the chamber, Lucius felt a surge of determination. The upcoming vote would be pivotal. He could no longer remain a bystander. His heart raced as he envisioned articulating a vision that united the fragmented factions of the Senate, a vision that promised relief and justice for the common man. Just as he prepared to speak, Aurelia caught his eye, offering an encouraging nod. It was time to bridge the divide, to stand proudly as a beacon for those who had long seen their hopes dimmed. The movement had begun. As Lucius stood at the threshold of a pivotal decision, the full weight of his responsibilities washed over him. In the Grand Senate chamber, tension crackled in the air, a silent testament to the simmering rivalry with Varro and the relentless call for reform echoing through Rome. Today the stakes felt particularly high. His allies had rallied around him, each face a mix of hope and apprehension. The citizens' voices, an unwavering tide pressing for change, resonated deeply within him. They were not just constituents, they were the very fabric of Rome, woven together by shared struggles and dreams. Drawing a breath that steadied his trembling heart, Lucius felt the pulse of the city in his veins, igniting his resolve. He would not yield to the shadows of doubt or the allure of self-interest. The moment demanded courage, an unwavering commitment to his principles and the future of the Republic. With renewed determination, he stepped forward into the fray, ready to advocate for the people he cherished. As the sun sank below the horizon, casting an amber glow over Rome, Lucius found solace in the vibrant chaos surrounding him. The streets, alive with the sounds of laughter and bartering, hummed as citizens gathered to enjoy a festival dedicated to the god Bacchus. Amidst the revelry, he sensed the tension that lingered beneath the surface. A city hungry for change, yet momentarily distracted by festivities. Lucius strolled through the jubilant crowds, observing the way the plebeians came together, sharing wine and stories, their faces illuminated by flickering torchlight. He felt a wave of inspiration, recognizing that this collective joy could also serve as a catalyst for reform. Here, in the heart of celebration, he would begin to forge new alliances, reminding himself that while the games might provide temporary relief, true change lay in the hearts and minds of these people. Embracing the spirit of unity, Lucius silently vowed to harness this energy, kindling hope for a better future for Rome. The Senate chamber buzzed with whispered conversations and half-concealed glances, as Lucius Valerius Marcellus prepared to breach deeper truths that had long remained hidden. He had arrived at a crucial moment where the air thickened with tension, thickening like a storm cloud before the deluge. The weight of political facades hung heavily on his shoulders. Years of deception lay coiled beneath the intricate structure of power. Lucius stood, resolute, at the heart of the Senate, determined to expose the corruption that festered within its walls. He knew that transparency was the first step to restoring the faith of the people, a faith that had eroded like the ancient stones of Rome itself. As he spoke, his voice carried the urgency of reform and the earnest pleas of the plebeians. With each word, he dismantled the barriers of silence, inviting his fellow senators and the citizens to envision a Senate not shrouded in shadows, but illuminated by honesty and hope. As Lucius strolled through the Senate's ornate halls, he felt the weight of his ambitions pressing down upon him. Whispers of conspiracy echoed in the shadows, reminding him of the faint trust he had managed to navigate in these treacherous waters. The air was thick with tension as senators, divided by their loyalties, gathered to discuss pressing reforms. Outside, the cries of the plebeians reached his ears, a reminder that he must be their voice in this chamber of power. Amidst this backdrop, Lucius contemplated his next move. He needed to foster understanding among the factions, to weave their objections and aspirations into a tapestry strong enough to withstand the looming storm. As he entered the chamber, determination surged through him. This was not only a battle for his place, but a pivotal moment for Rome's future. He gathered his allies, forging a renewed commitment to a united front, one that could withstand the shadows encroaching upon their noble ideals. Lucius stood at the center of the Senate chamber, the weight of expectation pressing down on him like the heavy marble of the walls. As whispers of discontent grew louder among senators, he knew the fragility of their unity hung by a thread. He felt the pulse of urgency surrounding him, a call to galvanize support for the urgent reforms that could shift the course of Rome. Flickering torches cast shadows on determined faces, illuminating the stark choices they faced. He sensed the underlying tension. Some senators eyed him with skepticism, their loyalties teetering on the brink. Drawing a deep breath, Lucius resolutely resolved to break the chains of old allegiances, merging ambitions and ideals into a cohesive force. He understood that to bridge divides, he must appeal not only to reason, but to shared aspirations as well. If he could harness the collective will, perhaps they could illuminate the path forward for all of Rome. Lucius stood on the balcony of his villa, the warm breeze carrying scents from the bustling marketplace below. As twilight cloaked Rome, whispers of change filled the air. Supporters rallied for reform, driven by the fervor of hope. He watched the flickering torches of his allies gathering, the firelight reflecting the resolve in their eyes. It was time to harness that energy, to refine their ambitions into tangible goals. In the distance, shouts of the common folk echoed, their voices blending into a powerful chorus, demanding to be heard. Lucius felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on him, galvanizing his spirit. He knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but the thought of forging a better Rome pushed him forward. Stepping away from the balcony, he gathered his allies, their determination solidifying under the mantle of shared purpose, ready to reshape the destiny of their city. Destiny beckoned as Lucius Valerius Marcellus found himself standing at the precipice of monumental change. The air was thick with tension, whispers of rebellion flickering like fireflies in the twilight of Rome. He had spent countless nights poring over scrolls, listening to the pulse of the city, and unraveling the aspirations of its people. Today, the voices of the forgotten resonated louder than ever, demanding a leader who would not shy away from the chaos of this moment. As he navigated through the Senate's marble halls, Lucius felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, both hopeful and accusatory. Each step was a blend of courage and fragility, as he understood that ambition must be tempered with responsibility. He had forged allies from the remnants of fractures, turning old rivalries into reluctant partnerships. As alliances formed, Lucius steeled himself for the unwavering commitment needed to navigate the storm, knowing the time for decision had arrived. In the dimly lit chambers of the Senate, the air thick with tension, Lucius Valerius Marcellus felt a palpable energy coursing through him. The murmurs of discontent from the plebeians echoed in his mind, urging him forward. Today, he would not only speak for himself, but for the overlooked voices in the streets. As he stood, resolute, at the podium, memories of the struggles faced by ordinary citizens fueled his conviction. He framed his argument not merely as a politician seeking reform, but as a protector of their dreams and aspirations. His eloquence resonated within the chamber, weaving a tapestry of hope and unity. "We are not just senators in a grand palace," he declared, "but the custodians of a sacred trust with the people." The flicker of understanding in the eyes of his fellow senators marked a turning point. As Lucius concluded, he felt the stirrings of a movement. Change beckoned, palpable in the air like a whisper of destiny. The sun dipped low behind the grand columns of the Forum, casting long shadows as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before a gathering of citizens. The air was electric with anticipation, voices intertwining like a woven tapestry of hope and fear. Today marked a pivotal moment. He was prepared to unveil his reform proposals, crafted with the input of both the plebeians and his trusted allies. As he surveyed the crowd, Lucius's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and apprehension. He understood that the true strength of Rome lay not in the Senate's opulent chambers, but in the will of its people. It was here, amid the shouts for change, that he felt his resolve solidify. "Together," he began, his voice echoing against the stone facades, "we stand on the precipice of transformation." This declaration ignited a spark, a shared yearning that swelled around him. Today would mark the beginning of a new era, and Lucius felt the momentum shift as optimism enveloped the crowd. Lucius stood before the throng of constituents, the sun casting a warm glow upon the gathered crowd. Their faces, a tapestry of hope and weariness, reflected the struggles he had come to recognize in the heart of Rome. As murmurs of discontent echoed through the streets, he felt the gravity of their plea weighing upon him. In this moment he realized the power of unity was essential. The voices of the common people could not be silenced. Determined, he called for a series of town meetings, encouraging open dialogue where ideas could flourish. The palpable energy in the air sparked a newfound sense of camaraderie among the citizens. Together, they began to devise reforms that would not only alleviate suffering, but also restore dignity to the plebeians. As discussions grew fervent, Lucius understood that the real change must come from the collective will of the people. Each shared story a thread weaving the fabric of a united Rome, and he vowed to stand at their forefront. As the vibrant colors of the Senate chamber swirled with lively debate, Lucius felt the weight of his choices pressing against him like an invisible cloak. With every argument exchanged, he recognized the choreography of political maneuvering, a delicate dance where each senator played a role, some vying for power, others for truth. He positioned himself at the forefront, a determined advocate for the reform the masses longed for. The whispers of dissent and hope echoed in his mind, fueling his resolve. Drawing strength from his constituents, Lucius delivered a passionate address, weaving personal anecdotes with powerful rhetoric. The words flowed effortlessly, each sentence striking a chord amid the cacophony. Support from allies bolstered his convictions as eyes opened to the potential for change. The room crackled with energy, tensions easing as dialogue shifted, illuminating a pathway towards unity. In that charged moment, Lucius felt the future of Rome coursing through him, a flame igniting the courage to pursue an enduring legacy. The tension in the Senate was palpable as Lucius Valerius Marcellus considered the fragile alliances he had forged and the ones he had lost. Each decision he made rippled through the halls, threatening to unravel the delicate fabric he had intricately woven. He thought back to the discussions that had cemented loyalties among senators, their faces lit by the flickering torchlight as they strategized in hushed tones. Yet, with each passing day, the stakes rose higher, and dissent brewed beneath polished exteriors. Conversations during the recent gathering had shifted, revealing fissures between those who still believed in the possibility of reform and those who clung to their power with desperation. As he paced his villa's marble floors, the responsibility weighed heavily on him. Reform was not merely an ideal, but a commitment to his constituents' hopes. Lucius steeled himself, understanding that affirming values meant embracing both connection and vulnerability, ready to face the inevitable storm. Shadows overhead became increasingly apparent as Lucius Valerius Marcellus navigated the bustling Senate chambers. Whispers of dissent echoed around him, growing louder amid the political storm brewing outside. He felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down, a palpable reminder of the tensions that threatened to unravel his ambitions. Among the familiar faces of allies now lined with doubt, Lucius could see the glimmer of betrayal lurking in unseen corners. Each senator's shifty gaze and muttered deliberations pointed to a web of ulterior motives, forcing him to reconsider his next steps. He knew the importance of coalition in this dark time, yet as temptation and ambition beckoned, Lucius contemplated the delicate balance between idealism and pragmatism. Amidst the foreboding atmosphere, he steeled himself, resolute in drawing strength from the voices of the very citizens he aimed to uplift. The echoes of their struggles fueled his determination, igniting a fire within to confront the challenges ahead. The shadows overhead loomed large as Lucius Valerius Marcellus walked through the forum. The weight of uncertainty pressed down on him, intertwining with the scent of freshly baked bread from nearby stalls. Murmurs of discontent wafted through the throng, blending with the vibrant cries of merchants selling their wares. Lucius paused, absorbing the pulse of the crowd, voices rising in hopes and frustrations. It dawned on him that amidst the chaos of voices clamoring for change, he found both inspiration and a heavy mantle of responsibility. He listened intently, understanding that the true power of his position lay not merely in his eloquence within the Senate, but in embodying the collective spirit of the people. They had weathered countless storms, and now, emboldened by desire for reform, their aspirations beckoned him to act decisively. Strengthened by their resolve, he pledged to steer his ambitions toward their dreams, knowing that the path before him was fraught with formidable challenges. As Lucius wandered through the crowded streets of Rome, the intoxicating aroma of roasted chestnuts and freshly baked bread filled the air. He paused at a vendor's stall, exchanging a few coins for a warm, flaky pastry. In these fleeting moments of joy, amidst the daily turmoil, he found a sense of peace that countered the incessant pressures of politics. The laughter of children playing nearby mingled with the chatter of citizens discussing the latest Senate deliberations. This time, however, the conversation was charged with hope. Citizens were beginning to believe that change might be possible. In a surge of inspiration, Lucius recalled the copper bowl gifted to him by Aurelia, symbolizing the community's trust in his leadership. It was a reminder that he must not only push for reform, but also foster connections and cultivate relationships with the very people he sought to uplift. Lighting a spark of optimism within the city became his mission, intertwining their hopes with his own. As the sun dipped low over the forum, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the air buzzed with a palpable energy. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before a gathering of citizens, his heart swelling with purpose. In his hands he held a copper bowl, polished to a brilliant sheen that reflected the hopes of the common people. This vessel, a symbol of sacrifice and generosity, had been filled with contributions from merchants and plebeians alike, eager to support his reform proposals. You, the lifeblood of Rome, inspire this effort. Your struggles are my struggles, he proclaimed, his voice rising above the crowd's murmurs of encouragement. As he spoke of a fairer future, the unity of the masses fueled his resolve. Each coin dropped into the bowl resonated with a commitment to change, forging a bond between him and the citizens. In that moment, Lucius knew that true reform emerged not just from the Senate, but from the very heart of Rome. The weight of power pressed heavily on Lucius's shoulders as he stood overlooking the Forum, the vibrant heart of Rome. The sun dipped low, casting golden hues upon the bustling crowds below, yet he felt a dissonance within. Whispers of ambition danced in his mind, tempting him with promises of greatness and legacy, a siren's call beckoning him to forsake his values for fleeting glory. As political maneuvering intensified, shadows of betrayal loomed larger, particularly from Varro, whose machinations threatened to unravel everything he had fought for. In that moment of quiet resolve, Lucius recalled Aurelia's words, which echoed in his heart like a mantra. True power lies not just in control, but in integrity. He took a deep breath, feeling the fiery resolve reigniting within him. Navigating the path of reform, he vowed to lead with compassion, knowing that the strength of Rome could only flourish through unity and genuine connection with its people. Lucius stood alone in his dimly lit chamber, the weight of the day hanging heavy on his shoulders. Whispers of betrayal echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder of the selfish interlopers lurking in the shadows of the Senate. It wasn't just the rumblings of discontent among the patricians, it was the sharp realization that even those he considered allies were driven by ambition rather than integrity. This truth, bitter and jarring, compelled him to reevaluate the very essence of his ideals. As he paced the marble floor, the flickering candlelight danced upon the walls, casting eerie shadows that mirrored his turmoil. Lucius understood that loyalty could not be demanded. It had to be earned, nurtured through trust and shared vision. He resolved to confront the source of this selfishness head-on, knowing that the path to reform would be fraught with trials. Yet the strength of his conviction pushed him toward resolution, a promise to reshape Rome for the better. As Lucius navigated the Senate hall, he sensed an unsettling undercurrent in the atmosphere, thick with whispers and veiled intentions. The grandeur of the columns and frescoed walls, once a source of pride, now felt oppressive. He overheard a gaggle of senators exchanging furtive glances, their laughter tinged with malice as they plotted against him. It became clear that personal ambitions, cloaked in the guise of governance, had poisoned the Senate's once sacred halls. Lucius knew that clarity was essential. He had to expose this selfishness before it consumed the ideals he fought for. Drawing on Aurelia's counsel, he began to outline a strategy to reveal their corruption, contemplating how each senator's motivations intertwined with the common will of the people. As the sun set behind the Senate's venerable facade, casting long shadows across his path, Lucius resolved to confront these treacherous tides, determined to illuminate the truth obscured by ambition and greed. As Lucius meandered through the Forum's crowded passages, the vibrant pulse of Roman culture enveloped him. Merchants shouted above the clamor of haggling voices, their wares glistening in the sunlight. Yet within this animated tapestry, Lucius sensed an unsettling tension whispering beneath the surface. The very fabric of Roman society felt frayed, woven with stories of despair and hope. He paused near a gathering of artisans, their hazel eyes reflecting the hardships they faced, and he understood. Beneath their resilient demeanor lay an urgent yearning for change. Each tale they shared unraveled the self-serving motivations of some senators, exposing the shadows lurking in their hearts. Lucius, motivated by the desire to transform these fragmented stories into unified demands for rectitude, felt the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Empowered by the realization that he could amplify these voices, he resolved to advocate for a Rome where every citizen's voice would resonate, challenging both complacency and corruption. The sun dipped below the horizon as Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood alone in his chamber, unrolling a scroll that brought chilling revelations. Within its elegant script, hidden motivations among the senators sprang to life, exposing layers of ambition that threatened the very core of his reform agenda. Lucius's heart raced. He recognized the fragility of their alliances. These trusted colleagues, whom he believed shared his vision for a more equitable Rome, had been engaging in clandestine negotiations that directly undermined his efforts. As he traced the words with a trembling finger, the weight of their betrayal settled heavily upon him. Each line woven with deceit intensified his resolve. He knew he must act swiftly. Meeting with Aurelia, he prepared to confront this backdoor manipulation, rallying allies who would stand firm in the face of duplicity. Strategy crystallized in his mind, and as night enveloped the city, Lucius found a new determination coursing through him. Rome would witness the truth unveiled. The air crackled with anticipation as Lucius prepared to address the Senate. The deliberations had grown increasingly tense, and whispers of dissent echoed through the marble halls. Today marked a pivotal moment, a chance to sway undecided senators toward his vision for reform. He took a deep breath, reminding himself of the stakes at play, not just for his political career, but for the very soul of Rome itself. Each senator held a fragment of power. Their decisions could either uplift or shatter his ambitions for the people. As he stepped forward, a familiar knot of trepidation twisted in his stomach. He was acutely aware of Gaius Varro lurking nearby, ready to pounce on any sign of weakness. Yet strength surged within him, fueled by the countless citizens whose voices had spurred him onward. This was not just his fight, it was theirs. With renewed conviction, Lucius began his speech, articulating the hopes of the Roman people. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood in the Senate chamber, a charged atmosphere enveloped him. The recent upheavals had ignited whispers of a changing tide, emboldening allies while drawing wary glances from opponents. He felt the breath of fire, a collective energy simmering beneath the surface as senators settled into their seats, restless anticipation etched across their faces. Lucius, steeling himself, reminded himself that every small victory mattered. He could sense the convergence of loyal supporters, their resolve invigorating his spirit even against the looming threat of betrayal. In the flickering torchlight, he caught sight of Aurelia, her eyes glinting with an understanding that transcended words. Together, they had navigated the labyrinth of ambition and power. Lucius knew this hour was crucial. As he prepared to address the assembly, he felt invigorated by a sense of shared purpose, ready to anchor their hopes and aspirations firmly in the heart of Rome's future. As dawn broke over Rome, a renewed sense of hope flickered through the Senate chambers. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before the grand windows, sunlight bathing the marble floors in warm light, illuminating the shadows that had loomed over his political journey. The whispers of recent gatherings stirred in his mind, memories of solidarity forged in secret alliances and desperate debates. Each sacrifice made, every ally gained, felt like a thread in a larger tapestry of change he had begun to weave. The spirit of the populace resonated within him. Their faces, filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation, reflected his own ambitions. He envisioned a Rome not merely sustained by tradition, but invigorated by fresh ideals, of adjustments that acknowledged the needs of both patricians and plebeians alike. The time had come to channel that hope into action, to push against the tides of tradition with a powerful resolve, ensuring his legacy would not just be a shadow of the past, but a bright beacon for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the forum, Lucius stood at a crossroads, both in the political arena and within his heart. With Livia's involvement deepening his resolve, he felt the weight of love combing through the strands of loyalty that had once felt unbreakable. Each whisper of the crowd reminded him that the fate of the plebeians rested heavily on his shoulders. He had long championed their cause, yet now he found himself torn by the affections that pulled him in another direction. Could he balance these emotions while staying true to his mission for reform? With each passing moment, Lucius grappled with this dilemma, realizing that the bonds of loyalty would not only anchor him, but also forge new alliances with those who shared his vision. The growing storm of dissent sharpened his determination. Tonight, he would solidify those connections, igniting a fire of hope and ambition that could not be extinguished. Amidst the gathering shadows of the Senate, Lucius felt an unwavering commitment anchor him against the tide of uncertainty. As he navigated through the labyrinth of political discourse, the alliances he had painstakingly forged began to solidify, creating a bulwark of support that felt like a lifeline. The whispers in the corridors spoke of unity forming among diverse factions, plebeians rising alongside patricians, their aspirations intertwining in their collective struggle for a better Rome. In the quiet moments, Lucius often returned to the roots of his convictions, reminded that real power lay not in titles, but in the hearts of the people he sought to uplift. This renewed sense of purpose ignited a fire within him, fueling his determination to advocate for the marginalized voices. As the Senate prepared for a critical vote, Lucius understood that he was not merely a senator, but a vessel for the hopes and dreams of those yearning for change. He steeled himself, ready to push through as the weight of loyalty beneath him cradled his resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Senate, Lucius felt a tightening in his chest. The air thickened with tension, whispers of dissent swirling among his colleagues. He could sense the trepidation creeping in, an undercurrent of fear that hung heavily over the chamber. Varro's faction was preparing for a decisive strike. Their eyes glittered with ambition, ready to exploit any fracture in Lucius's coalition. The weight of his ideals pressed against him, threatening to collapse under the scrutiny of rival senators. Memories of his early days in the Senate flickered through his mind, igniting a mix of nostalgia and determination. Standing firm amidst chaos, he focused on the faces of the citizens he aimed to serve. Their hopes embodied in each plea for justice echoed in the streets. Tomorrow, he would confront Varro and his allies head-on. This was not just about survival. It was about the future of Rome. As dusk settled over Rome, Lucius stood at the edge of the Senate chamber, feeling the weight of his choices pressing down on him like the thick air that filled the room. Murmurs buzzed like swarming bees, a cacophony of opinions and ambitions swirling around him. Each senator, each ally and adversary seemed to pulse with energy, reflecting the collective hope for change that had ignited within the populace. He had worked tirelessly to bridge the chasms between factions, but uncertainty flickered in the air, a reminder of the fragile unity he had forged. Lucius took a deep breath, recalling the faces of the citizens who awaited his words, their aspirations woven into the fabric of his mission. He understood that each decision rippled beyond the chamber walls, shaping the future of Rome. As he stepped forward to address his peers, he embraced the tumultuous energy around him, ready to lead his people toward a new dawn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays over the Senate chamber, Lucius Valerius Marcellus found himself at a pivotal crossroads. The weight of uncertainty clung to the air, thick with whispers of loyalty and betrayal. Each senator's face told a story, from the determined glints in the eyes of his allies to the hardened resolve of Varro's supporters. The assembly's murmurs crescendoed into a chorus of anticipation as Lucius took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. He knew this was not just a battle of wills. It was a chance to redefine Rome's future. Drawing strength from the vibrant echoes of common citizens, Lucius stepped forward, embracing the urgency of the moment. He raised his voice, weaving together threads of truth and aspiration, igniting a spark of unity among the fractured assembly. In that fleeting moment he understood. This was more than politics. It was a chance to rekindle hope and action, poised to reshape destiny. As Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood before the Senate, the tension in the chamber was palpable, thick as the oppressive heat of late summer. The murmurs of dissent that had haunted him like specters for months now felt transformed, invigorated by the promise of reform. Today, he saw the faces of the senators, not merely adversaries, but fellow citizens entangled in their own desires for legacy and power. With each passionate word, he wove a vision of a Rome reborn, of streets cleared of despair and filled with hope. The people outside, clamoring for their voices to be heard, surged like a tide against the walls of tradition that threatened to drown them. Now, as the weight of duty and ambition converged, Lucius felt an unmistakable flicker of renewal, a rebirth amid the ashes of complacency. In that moment, he knew that the course ahead, although fraught with peril, held the promise of a future where ideals might finally reign. Lucius Valerius Marcellus stood amidst the remnants of the Senate chamber, the air thick with the weight of history and change. He had faced enemies and allies alike, navigated treacherous waters of betrayal, and forged alliances from the ashes of dissent. As he surveyed the faces of those who had once deemed him an idealist, he felt the transformative power of resilience. The cheers of the plebeians outside echoed in his mind, their hope intertwining with his own as he prepared to enact the reforms he had fought so hard for. Yet within him churned a bittersweet awareness of sacrifice, the lives lost, friendships strained, and the burden of legacy resting on his shoulders. Lucius resolved that the ideals of justice and compassion would guide him forward, a beacon within the shadows of power. He took a deep breath, ready to carve his legacy anew, reflecting on the enduring spirit of Rome and his unwavering commitment to its people.